What up, though? You know why some people keep saying black Americans ain't got no culture? You know why some people feel comfortable saying black Americans ain't got no culture? I do. Ain't no such thing as a black person. Ain't no such thing as an African American. Of course, black Americans and or African Americans ain't got no culture, 'cause they don't exist. Our culture, American culture, got stamped black and African and people of color. And what did we do? We used NIGGA as a term of endearment. And now anybody who look like you is you. Your culture exists, but do you? All hip hop. Burna Boy responds to backlash over remarks about Africans and African Americans. March 2023 by London Jen. Burna Boy was widely criticized after sharing his views on African Americans having no ties to a home country, unlike American immigrants. Burna Boy has clarified his remarks after being slammed for his take on African Americans lacking ties to a homeland. Let's use America, Burna Boy began before saying that any country can be an example. The Chinese American has a base. He knows he's from China. Italian Americans know their grandparents came from their grandparents came from Italy. They know the first person from their family to come to America and start that line. Same goes to everyone else except the African Americans. Burna Boy also denied saying all black Americans are African, suggesting his message became lost in translation. Maybe it's my accent or something, but I never said you are African and not Americans. The Afrobeats artist then added his intention has always been to unite Africans and black Americans. I believe coming together as brothers and sisters is the only way forward to us black people worldwide. Hot new hip hop. Pressa claims Americans got no culture and criticizes people calling themselves black. 2021, Erica Marie. Canadian rapper Pressa. Canadian rapper Pressa set off a few tweets about black Americans. Americans got no culture. Their biggest culture is hip hop. And then he said, MFs don't even know what island they from. They just black like the color. He tweeted. NIGGAs be like, I'm black. No, you built like a MF and Nigerian. Repeating Islands, 2020. Busta Rhymes wants hip hop to give the Caribbean its respect for creating it. Repeatingislands.com. He says, hip hop was given birth to by Caribbean culture, Busta Rhymes said on Drink Champs. Jamaica gave birth to hip hop. Hip hop was given birth to by Caribbean culture, he contends. Jamaica gave birth to hip hop. Nobody thinks to go to the West Indian culture to acknowledge how the birth of this culture was even conceived. Kanye West says black people are cultureless. Glenisha Morgan, 2019. This is from v1019.com. Kanye says, and this one of my main things. What is the culture? It's like, man, this ain't for the culture. We doing something for the culture. We are orphans, bro, West said of black people. We are cultureless. We don't have our own culture. Y'all don't get mad. Y'all did this. We did this. People who look like you and me did this. People who look like you, me and you, people who look like us gave birth to people that look like these people who saying these things about us. Let's shake it. JSTOR Daily. The social distance between Africa and African Americans. By Ohimai Amaze, 2021. Howard W. French, a professor at the Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism, explains, for a very long time in the 20th century, during the Jim Crow years in particular, African Americans were encouraged to shun the idea of a connection to Africa, to think poorly of Africa, to celebrate traits in themselves, and therefore to look at Africanness as a matter of shame or a kind of taint that needed to be avoided. Disconnected from their homeland and placed in an entirely new and vastly different cultural milieu, African Americans created a Black American culture that was distinctly different from their African roots. The overwhelming majority of Black Americans are, at the very least, 6 or 7 generations culturally removed from Africa, Gay said in his 1989 article. They speak no African language. Their religious beliefs and practices are non-African. Their daily cuisine is non-African. Their marital and family structures are typically non-African. They have no relatives in Africa, and they have never themselves been to Africa. Citing the work of Rhett Jones, former director of the Center for the Study of Race and Ethnicity in America at Brown University, Nigerian-born scholar Tunde Adeleke argues that slavery accomplished the total destruction of the ethnic identity of African Americans. Like I've said before, it amazes me that these people are scholars. It says Nigerian born scholar. These people are scholars. Tunde Adeleke argues that slave, the synonyms for the word slave are laborer, worker, employee. African Americans carry, as a result of their experience with slavery and racism in America, African Americans have been subjected to what I'm going to call denaturing. Wow. Whereby they were forced in the period of slavery and then later in the pro-slavery era, strongly encouraged or constrained to put Africa behind them and to forget about Africa and to erase memories of Africa as much as possible from their consciousness, French said. I have to be honest. When these scholars tell you who you are, it's not disrespectful. It's disgusting. Because each one of these people assume you don't know who your 2 parents are, your 4 grandparents, your 8 great-grandparents, your 16 second great-grandparents, your 32 third great-grandparents, and so on and so forth. And they don't know the same. They don't know who their people are. And even if they did, we'd have to ask ourselves, do they have our best interest in mind or at heart? Why would they have your best interest at heart if they don't know you? This whole collective mass labeling people something that they're not, this is disgusting and misleading. And it's very lazy. It's lazy. How many times have people called you what they wanted to call you instead of what you are? Do you even know who you are? Have you been lazy as well? Black American playwright Douglas Turner Ward insisted that what shaped the Black American identity was slavery rather than Africa. This is difficult to read because all of it's so disgusting. It's like taking a paintbrush, dipping it in and wiping it all over the screen in front of me. If Black American playwright Douglas Turner Ward insists that what shaped the Black American, the so-called Black American identity was slavery, then I guess slavery, laboring, working, employment, I guess that has shaped every human being that punches a time clock every day. Every human being that has someone signing their check at the end of the week or at the end of every 2 weeks. Every human being that calls themselves a boss. I've heard it many times. I've heard it many times on this platform. People call themselves, they call themselves bosses because they are, air quotes, content creators. Well, whose platform are you on and who's paying you? You are an employee, and if slavery has shaped the Black American identity, black misnomer, all that stuff, African American, if it shaped that identity, then it shaped every human being who's employed. The term Akata, a Yoruba name for wildcat to describe some African Americans. Black people are not the same. Just so y'all know, I'm reading the text as it is. I'm not going to stop and identify every time this misnomer is repeated in these articles because it would take too much time. I would be stopping every couple of minutes. Every minute I would be stopping. How many times do we hear the word black? How many times do we hear the word African American? How many times has anyone asked you what your people called themselves? What your grandparents called themselves? What people before them called themselves? I've never known black. Growing up, I've never known black to be anything except derogatory. So I'm not going to keep stopping and speaking on the misnomer of black, African American, colored. We own some. Let's shake it. trtworld.com. I've been homophobic, devoutly Christian, and even a dope boy. Rather than throwing a label on black culture, we can explore the intricacies within it and learn or ask about these intricacies to enrich people's cultural individuality and interpersonal experiences. It's crucial to separate the idea of black culture as synonymous with being black because black is a color. As an American, to me, there is a distinct difference between myself and another black person transplanted from another island such as Haiti, Barbados, or African country or Afro-Latino influence. Etymology Dictionary Online. The online version of the etymology of words. Culture, mid-15th century, the tilling of land, act of preparing the earth for crops. From Latin cultura, a cultivating, agriculture, figuratively, care, culture, and honoring. From past participle stem of colere, To tend, guard, to till, cultivate, meaning the cultivation or rearing of a crop, act of promoting growth in plants. 1620s was transferred to fish, oysters, etc. By 1796, then to production of bacteria or other microorganisms in a suitable environment. 1880, then product of such a culture. 1884. The figurative sense of cultivation through education, systematic improvement, and refinement of the mind is attested by 1500, though used in Latin by Cicero, meaning learning and taste. The intellectual side of civilization is by 1805. The closely related sense of collective customs and achievements of a people, a particular form of collective intellectual development, is by 1867. Meaning, learning and taste. The intellectual side of civilization is by 1805. The closely related sense of collective customs and achievements of a people, a particular form of collective intellectual development, is by 1867. Samuel Johnson's Dictionary, 1755, the online version. Culture. The act of cultivation, the act of tilling the ground, tillage. Art of improvement and melioration. National Endowment for the Humanities, College of Arts and Humanities. Webster's American Dictionary of the English Language, 1828, the online version. Culture. The act of tilling and preparing the earth for crops. Cultivation. The application of labor or other means of improvement. The application of labor or other means to improve good qualities in or growth. As the culture of the mind, the culture of virtue, the application of labor or other means in producing, as the culture of corn or grass, any labor or means employed for improvement, correction, or growth. Culture, verb, transitive, to cultivate. OxfordLearnersDictionaries.com. OxfordLearnersDictionaries.com, the online version. Culture, way of life, the customs and beliefs, art, way of life, and social organization of a particular country or group. A country, group, etc., with its own beliefs, etc. Art, music, literature, etc. Thought of as a group. Art, music, literature, etc. Thought of as a group. The beliefs and attitudes about something that people in a particular group or organization share. The growing of plants or producing of particular animals in order to get a particular substance or crop from them. A group of cells or bacteria, especially one taken from a person or an animal and grown for medical or scientific study, or to produce food. The process of obtaining and growing these cells. African American Culture and History, Roanoke, Virginia. Roanoke is well known as the regional center for arts and culture and is home to a vibrant black arts and culture scene. RoanokeVA.gov, RoanokeVirginia.gov. Lucy Addison was born enslaved in 1861 in Fauquier County, Virginia, and graduated from the Institute for Colored Youth in Philadelphia, and also attended Virginia Normal School, Cook County Normal School in Chicago, and Howard University. Lucy Addison was born enslaved in 1861. If you know anything about 1861, well, in 1861, my one on the census records in 1861, around that particular time, my ancestors were labeled farmers on the census records, and the male was the head of the household, and they had their family. And then you look on different pages of that particular census year, and I would find tens of my relatives also labeled as farmers. So be careful when it says Lucy Addison was born enslaved. Because if the father, if the male, if the husband, if the father was the head of the household, everyone who was 16 and above, roughly, were laborers for the head of the household. And laborer just meant worker, just means they worked for themselves. They were living life. Miss Addison began her teaching career at Gainsborough Elementary School in Roanoke and was in 1917 named principal of the Harrison School. 1861. So for all you people talking about, or for all you regurgitating these talking points about we couldn't learn, they wouldn't let us learn how to read and write and this and that. And this lady was born in 1861. Miss Addison began her teaching career at Gainsborough Elementary School in Roanoke and was in 1917 named principal of the Harrison School. I've heard people say that people who look like you and me are suffering from post-traumatic slavery disorder. If you let someone out of slavery and then give them a book, it's overwhelming for them to learn how to read after being told for 100, 200 years and such that they weren't allowed to read and write. This goes contrary to that. The Lost Colony of Roanoke, The Washington Post. Lucy Addison was born in Virginia in 1861. Remember, what you term Black Americans or African Americans, remember, we have no culture. The Lost Colony of Roanoke, The Washington Post. The Lost Colony of Roanoke by Michael Farquhar, 1997. The first English colony in America was established in North Carolina in 1585. It was, however, doomed, beset from the beginning by ill fortune, misplaced expectations, greed, and arrogance. The settlers abandoned the village, then resettled it before the entire population mysteriously vanished in 1590. The lost colonists of Roanoke Island were never seen or heard from again. The first English colony. The first English people. Not necessarily pink and gray people. People who had the same complexion as you, maybe. The scouting expedition returned to England, accompanied by two Algonquin Indians named Montejo and Wanchis, and with glowing, though highly exaggerated, reports of the site discovered on an island that the Indians called Roanoke. The settlers were spreading deadly diseases to which the natives had never been exposed. It wasn't long before the Indians had had enough of their greedy and arrogant visitors. They stopped giving food to the English and teaching them how to fish and raise their own crops. When relations became especially difficult, they killed some colonists. On May 8, 1587, 117 hopeful colonists sailed for America. Among them was White's pregnant daughter, the first English child born on American soil. Indians attacked and killed one newcomer. All vestiges of native hospitality had vanished. Worse, the settlers arrived too late in the year to grow crops and were expecting Indian help that no longer was forthcoming. Desperate for supplies, White sailed urgently back to England. After 3 years, he finally was able to sail back to Roanoke. The word Croatoan was carved in capital letters on a tree, and its probable abbreviation CRO on another. The colonists had agreed to leave signs indicating their destination if they were forced to leave the island, and Croatoan was an island about 50 miles south, known to be inhabited by friendly Indians. White decided to sail there, but a violent storm killed some of his men and destroyed the ship's anchor line. He abandoned his search and returned to England. According to Captain John Smith, writing in 1608, Jamestown settlers had heard that their predecessors from Roanoke were living among the Indians. One Jamestown colonist, George Perry, wrote that he had seen a young Indian boy of about 10 whose hair was a perfect yellow and with a reasonable white skin, which is a miracle amongst all savages. Other accounts told of the lost colonists moving up to the Chesapeake Bay as planned and living in peace for 20 years among the Chesapeake Indians outside the domain of the great emperor Powhatan. The Westover manuscripts, containing the history of the dividing line betwixt Virginia and North Carolina, a journey to the land of Eden, AD 1733, and A Progress to the Mines, written from 1728 to 1736 and now first published. William Byrd, 1674 to 1744. Edmund Ruffin, 1794 to 1865. The Westover Manuscripts. This is from docsouth.unc.edu. Westover Manuscripts. The History of the Dividing Line between Virginia and North Carolina. These worthy commanders, for the advantage of the trade winds, shaped their course first to the Cherub Islands, thence stretching away by the Gulf of Florida, dropped anchor not far from Roanoke Inlet. The Indians are generally tall and well proportioned, which may make full amends for the darkness of their complexions. Add to this that they are healthy and strong, with constitutions untainted by lewdness and not enfeebled by luxury. But about the year 1620, a large swarm of dissenters fled thither from the severities of their stepmother, the church. These saints, conceiving the same aversion to the copper complexion of the natives with that of the first adventurers to Virginia, would on no terms contract alliances with them, afraid perhaps, like the Jews of old, lest they might be drawn into idolatry by those strange women. At the same time, they were simple enough to amuse our men with idle stories of lions, panthers, and alligators. The instrument they danced to was an Indian drum, that is, a large gourd with the skin braced tight over the mouth of it. The dancers all sang to the music, keeping exact time with their feet, rhythm, while their heads and arms were screwed into 1,000 menacing postures. Upon this occasion, the ladies had arrayed themselves in all their finery. They were wrapped in their red and blue match coats. No red, black, and green, red and blue. Red, white, and blue. Thrown so negligently about them that their mahogany skins appeared in several parts. Like the Lacedaemonian damsels of old, their hair was braided with white and blue peak and hung gracefully in a large roll upon their shoulders. Such charms might have had their full effect upon men who had been so long deprived of female conversation, but that the whole winter's soil was so crusted on the skins of those dark angels. The bear's oil with which they anoint their persons all over makes their skins soft, and at the same time protects them from every species of vermin that used to be troublesome to other uncleanly people. Had the English done this at the first settlement of the colony, the infidelity of the Indians had been worn out at this day. with their dark complexions, and the country had swarmed with people more than it does with insects. With their dark complexions, and the country had swarmed with people more than it does with insects. But you 13% of the population. The Indians by no means want understanding, and are in their figure tall and well proportioned. Even their copper-colored complexion would admit of blanching, if not in the first, at the farthest in the second generation. Nevertheless, meeting with practicable woods, they advanced the line 9 miles and 104 poles. We crossed over Pea Creek about 4 miles from our quarters, and 3 miles farther, Lizard Creek, both which empty their waters into Roanoke River. In that place, the river is 49 poles wide and rolls down a crystal stream of very sweet water, insomuch that when there comes to be a great monarch in this part of the world, he will cause all the water for his own table to be brought from Roanoke, as the great kings of Persia did theirs from the Nile, and Chospis, because the waters of those rivers were light and not apt to corrupt. We proceeded to the canoe landing on Roanoke, where we passed the river with the baggage. But the horses were directed to a ford about a mile higher, called by the Indians Moneseep, which signifies in their jargon shallow water. This is the ford where the Indian traders used to cross with their horses in their way to the Catawba Nation. About 3 miles and a half further, we came to the banks of another creek called in the Saponi language Ohimpa Moni, signifying jumping creek, from the frequent jumping of fish during the spring season. Here we encamped, and by the time the horses were hobbled, our hunters brought us no less than a brace and a half of deer, which made great plenty, and consequently great content in our quarters. Some of our people had shot a great wild cat, which was that fatal moment making a comfortable meal upon a fox squirrel. And an ambitious sportsman of our company claimed the merit of killing this monster after it was dead. The wild cat is as big again as any household cat, and much the fiercest inhabitant of the woods. Although a panther will run away from a man, a wild cat will only make a surly retreat, and now and then facing about if he be too closely pursued. The flesh of this beast, as well as of the panther, is as white as veal, and altogether as sweet and delicious. One of our own men spied 3 buffaloes, but his piece being loaded only with goose shots, he was able to make no effectual impression on their thick hides. However, this disappointment was made up by a brace of bucks, and as many wild turkeys killed by the rest of the company. Thus, Providence was very bountiful to our endeavors, never disappointing those that faithfully rely upon it and pray heartily for their daily bread. In this small distance, it intersected a large stream 4 times, which our Indian at first mistook for the south branch of Roanoke River, but discovering his error soon after, he assured us it was a river called Hikutamini. Hikutamani, or Turkey Buzzard River, from the great number of those unsavory birds that roost on the tall trees growing near its banks. We were entertained this night with the yell of a whole family of wolves, in which we could distinguish the treble, tenor, and bass very clearly. These beasts of prey kept pretty much up on our track, being tempted by the garbage of the creatures we killed every day, for which we were serenaded with their shrill pipes almost every night. This beast is not so untamable as the panther, but the Indians know how to gentle their whelps and use them about their cabins instead of dogs. A small distance from our camp, we crossed a pleasant stream of water called Cockwaid Creek, and something more than a mile from thence our line intersected the south branch of Roanoke River the first time, which we called the Dan. We were so cruelly entangled with bushes and grapevines all day that we could advance the line no farther than 5 miles and 28 poles. The vines grow very thick in the woods, twining lovingly round the trees almost everywhere, especially to the saplings. This makes it evident how natural both the soil and climate of this country are to vines, though I believe most to our own vines. The grapes we commonly met with were black, though there be 2 or 3 kinds of white grapes that grow wild. The black are very sweet but small, because the strength of the vine spends itself in wood, though without question a proper culture would make the same grapes both larger and sweeter. But with all these disadvantages, I have drunk tolerable good wine pressed from them, though made without skill. There is then good reason to believe it might admit of great improvement if rightly managed. Our Indian killed a bear, 2 years old, that was feasting on these grapes. He was very fat, as they generally are in that season of the year. In the fall, the flesh of this animal has a high relish, different from that of other creatures, though inclining nearest to that of pork, or rather of wild boar. A true woodsman prefers this sort of meat to that of the fattest venison, not only for the halt gout, but also because the fat of it is well tasted and never rises in the stomach. Another proof of the goodness of this meat is that it is less apt to corrupt than any other with which we are acquainted. As agreeable as such rich diet was to the men, yet we who were not accustomed to it tasted it at first with some sort of squeamishness, that animal being of the dog kind, though a little use soon reconciled us to this American venison, and that its being of the dog kind might give us the less disgust. We had the example of the ancient and polite people, the Chinese, who reckon dog's flesh too good for any under the quality of a mandarin. We had the example of that ancient and polite people, the Chinese, who reckon dog's flesh too good for any under the quality of a mandarin. This beast is in truth a very clean feeder, living while the season lasts upon acorns, chestnuts, and chinkapins, wild honey, and wild grapes. They are naturally not carnivorous. The right-hand road leads to a charming warm country where the spring is everlasting and every month is May. And as the year is always in its youth, so are the people, and particularly the women are bright as stars and never scold. That in this happy climate there are deer, turkeys, elks, and buffaloes innumerable, perpetually fat and gentle, while the trees are loaded with delicious fruit quite throughout the 4 seasons, that the soil brings forth corn spontaneously, without the curse of labor, and so very wholesome, that none who have the happiness to eat of it are ever sick, grow old, or die. That the soil brings forth corn spontaneously, without the curse of labor, and so very wholesome, that none who have the happiness to eat of it are ever sick, grow old, or die. The left-hand path is very rugged and uneven, leading to a dark and barren country, where it is always winter. The ground is the whole year round covered with snow, and nothing is to be seen upon the trees but icicles. All the people are hungry, yet have not a morsel of anything to eat except a bitter kind of potato that gives them the dry gripes and fills their whole body with loathsome ulcers that stink and are insupportably painful. Here all the women are old and ugly, having claws like a panther, with which they fly upon the men that slight their passion. For it seems these haggard old furries are intolerably fond, and expect a vast deal of cherishing. They talk much and exceedingly shrill, giving exquisite pain to the drum of the ear, which in the place of torment is so tender that every sharp note wounds it to the quick. At the end of this path sits a dreadful old woman on a monstrous toadstool, whose head is covered with rattlesnakes instead of tresses, with glaring white eyes that strike a terror unspeakable into all that behold her. In South Carolina, they call this beast a tiger, though improperly, and so they do in some parts of the Spanish West Indies. Some of their authors, a little more properly, compliment it with the name of a leopard. Our Indian shot a bear so prodigiously fat that there was no way to kill him but by firing in at his ear, the forepart of his skull, of the skull of that animal being guarded by a double bone, is hardly penetrable, and when it is very fat, a bullet aimed at his body is apt to lose its force before it reaches the vitals. This animal is of the dog kind, and our Indians, as well as woodsmen, are as fond of its flesh as the Chinese can be of that of the common hound. The Indian had killed 2 large bears, the fattest of which he had taken napping. One of the people too shot a raccoon, which is also of the dog kind, and as big as a small fox, though its legs are shorter, and when fat has a much higher relish than either mutton or kid. It is naturally not carnivorous, but very fond of Indian corn and persimmons. We saw very few squirrels in the upper parts because the wild cats devour them unmercifully. Unmercifully. Of these, there are four kinds: the fox squirrel, the gray, the flying, and the ground squirrel. These last resemble a rat in everything but the tail, and the black and russet streaks that run down the length of their bodies. The course of this last stream is near parallel to the Blue Ridge of mountains. At the distance only of about 3 or 4 miles, though how far it may continue that course has not yet been sufficiently discovered, but some woodsmen pretend to say it runs as far as the source of Roanoke. Nay, they are so very particular as to tell us that Roanoke, Sharontow, and another wide branch of Mississippi all head in one and the same mountain. Such a discovery would certainly prove an unspeakable advantage to this colony by facilitating a trade with so considerable a nation of Indians, which have 62 towns and more than 4,000 fighting men. Our traders at the rate would be able to undersell those sent from the other colonists so much that the Indians might have reason to deal with them preferable to all others. Of late, the new colony of Georgia has made an act obliging us to go 400 miles to take out a license to travel with these Cherokees, though many of their towns lie out of their bounds, and we had carried on this trade 80 years before that colony was thought of. In the evening, one of the men knocked down an opossum, which is a harmless little beast that will seldom go out of your way, and if you take hold of it, will only grin and hardly ever bite. The flesh was well tasted and tender, approaching nearest to pig, which it also resembles in bigness. The color of its fur was a goose gray, with the swine's snout, and a tail like a rat's, but at least a foot long. By twisting this tail about the arm of a tree, it will hang with all its weight and swing to anything it wants to take hold of. It has 5 claws on the 4 feet of equal length, but the hinder feet have only 4 claws, and a sort of thumb standing off at a proper distance. Their feet being thus formed, qualify them for climbing up trees to catch little birds, which they are very fond of. But the greatest particularity of this creature, and which distinguishes it from most others that we are acquainted with, is the false belly of the female, into which her young retreat in time of danger. She can draw the slit, which is the inlet into this pouch, so close that you must look narrowly to find it, especially if she happen to be a virgin. Within the false belly may be seen 7 or 8 teats, on which the young ones grow from their first formation till they are big enough to fall off, like ripe fruit from a tree. The Indians, who have no way of traveling but on the hoof, make nothing of going 25 miles a day and carrying their little necessities on their backs, and sometimes a stout pack of skins into the bargain. And very often they laugh at the English, who cannot stir to a next neighbor without a horse, and say that 2 legs are too much for such lazy people who cannot visit their next neighbor without 6. The Catawbas live about 250 miles beyond Roanoke River. They dwelt formerly not far below the mountains up on Yadkin River, about 200 miles west and by south from the falls of Roanoke. One of the Indians shot a bear, which he lugged about half a mile for the good of the company. These Gentiles have no distinction of days, but make every day a Sabbath, except when they go out to war or hunting, and then they will undergo incredible fatigues. Early History of the Creek Indians and Their Neighbors, John R. Swanton. And that on account of the common language, the Chiaha would not play against the Hichiti in the tribal ball games. This is from Early History of the Creek Indians and Their Neighbors, John R. Swanton. And that on account of the common language, the Chiaha would not play against the Hichiti in the tribal ball games. Let's do a sidebar from Early History of the Creeks and go to Hichiti Indians. This is from Peach State Archaeological Society.org. There we go. The Hichiti were a Muskogee-speaking tribe formerly residing chiefly in a town of the same name on the east bank of the Chattahoochee River, 4 miles below Chiaha in West Georgia. They spoke the Hichiti language. So, on account of common language, the Chiaha would not play against the Hichiti in tribal ball games. Who play ball games in America? Who the best at playing ball games? And it says the Hichiti were a Muskogee-speaking tribe formerly residing chiefly in a town of the same name on the east bank of the Chattahoochee River, 4 miles below Chiaha in West Georgia. So who living in West Georgia now if it ain't these people? If it ain't your people? Probably you. Did you look? Stop being lazy and go look. Talk to your grandma. The tribe is not often mentioned in historical records. It was first recorded in 1733. Traceable by local names in Hichiti, the language appeared over considerable portions of Georgia and Florida. Like Creek, this language has an archaic form called woman's talk or female language. Other evidence pointed toward their speaking a different language, perhaps one related to Gwale, or what some would say is Wali, or some would say Gullah. Back to the Early History of the Creeks by John Swanton. The Pensacola disappear from history shortly after their appearance in it, and nothing of their language has been preserved. Their name, however, is plainly Choctaw and signifies hair people. The Pensacola disappear from history shortly after their appearance in it, and nothing of their language has been preserved. Their name, however, is plainly Choctaw and signifies hair people, Choctaw or Chata, which one? And it says there the Pensacola disappear from history shortly after their appearance in it. They disappear from his story, but are they a part of your story? Stop being lazy, go look. And it says, it signifies the Pensacola, the name signifies hair people. We're talking about Florida here. We're talking about Florida here. Who are the hair people in Florida today? Go ahead. Look at the people in Florida. Who are the people? Who are the hair people in Florida today? If you're going to call anybody hair people, who the people you going to call hair people in Florida today? I got an idea. We're going to go off on a tangent again, and we're going to do Access Genealogy, Pensacola Indians, Pensacola tribe, Pensacola Indians, Pensacola people, meaning hair people. Who are the hair people of Florida? Y'all know, period. It's obvious. Let's go back to early history of the Creeks. Moreover, the chiefs met previously were all called Cacique, but afterwards the name Miko is often appended. Ain't that something? My little brother named Miko. Do one of y'all have a family member named Miko or Tamiko? Moreover, the chiefs met previously were all called Cacique, but afterwards the name Miko is often appended. And I'm not saying that my mother consciously and my father consciously, or I'm not saying that their intentions were to name my little brother after what were previously caciques or chiefs. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is maybe it's just in the DNA. Just like the nose on your face is the same nose that your second great grandparents had and your third great grandparents had. Your parents didn't they didn't have any intentions on you getting a nose that looked like this, or no. It's in the DNA, it's in the blood, it's in the line. Miko. Let's shake it. The word for chief among the Wali Indians was Miko. The word for chief among the Wali Indians was Miko. This word Wali Indians, I've read that it's pronounced Wali, Gwali, Wali, Gullah. Some people say Gullah. My name is close to Wali. Just like my grandfathers, two of them, and my great grandfather. Wali, Willie, Gullah. Miko. The word for chief among the Wali Indians was Miko. The word for chief among the Gullah Indians was Miko. The Indians plant in the worst land because they cannot cut down the timber in the best, and yet have plenty of corn, pompions, watermelons, muskmelons. Although the land be overgrown with weeds through the laziness, yet they have 2 or 3 crops of corn a year, as the Indians themselves inform us. The country abounds with grapes, large figs, and peaches, the woods with deer, conies, turkeys, quails, curlews, plovers, teal, herons. And as the Indians say, in winter, with swans, geese, cranes, duck, and mallard, and innumerable of other waterfowls, whose names we know not, which lie in the rivers, marshes, and on the sands, oysters in abundance with great store of mussels, a sort of fair crab, and a round shellfish called horse feet. The river stored plentiful with fish that we saw play and leap. There are great marshes, but most as far as we saw little worth, except for a root that grows in them. The Indians make good bread of. The natives are very healthful. We saw many very aged amongst them. 1743, Adair mentions Kusa as a dialect spoken in the Catawba Nation. In most of our American colonies, there yet remain a few of the natives who formerly inhabited those extensive countries, and as they were friendly to us and serviceable to our interest, the wisdom and virtues of our legislature secured them from being injured by the neighboring nations. The French strictly pursued the same method, deeming such to be more useful than any other on alarming occasions. We called them parched corn Indians because they chiefly use it for bread, are civilized, and live mostly by planting. As they had no connection with the Indian nations, Catawba, Cherokee, Muskogee, Chickasaw, and Choctaw, and were desirous of living peaceable under the British protection, none could have any just plea to kill or enslave them. In stature, they are of a Let's start over. The following general description of the appearance of the natives and their mental and moral characteristics is from Alexander Hewitt. It does not apply to the Kusabo alone, but Hewitt was probably better acquainted with them than with any other Indians. In stature, they are of a middle size, neither so tall nor yet so low as some Europeans. To appearance, they are strong and well made, yet they are totally unqualified for that heavy burden or tedious labor which the vigorous and firm nerves of Europeans enable them to undergo. None of them are deformed, deformities of nature being confirmed to the ages of art and refinement. Their color is brown, and their skin shines, being varnished with bear's fat and paint. To appearance, the men have no beards, nor hair on their head, except a round tuft on its crown. But this defect is not natural, as many people are given to believe, but the effect of art, it being customary among them to tear out such hair by the root. They go naked, except those parts which natural decency teaches the most barbarous nations to cover. And farther on, with respect to internal government, these savages have also several customs and regulations to which the individuals of the same tribe conform. Personal wisdom and courage are the chief sources of distinction among them, and individuals obtain rank and influence in proportion as they exceeded these qualifications. The American savages almost universally claim the right of private revenge. To honor and glory from warlike exploits, the views of every man are directed, and therefore they are extremely cautious and watchful against doing any action for which they may incur public censure and disgrace. Besides, the Indians are not of an amorous complexion. Kusabo feast of the first fruits like other southern tribes. The only description of one of their ceremonies of any length is given by Laudonnière. He calls the ceremony the Feast of Toya. Feast of Toya. Toya. The coast of what is now the state of Georgia, from Savannah River as far as St. Andrews Sound, was anciently occupied by a tribe or related tribes which, whatever doubts may remain regarding the people just considered, undoubtedly belonged to the Muskogean stock. This region was known to the Spaniards as the province of Guale, pronounced Wali. But most of the Indians living there finally became merged with a tribe known as the Yamasee. Not all. The chief of each Wali town bore the title of Miko. The chief of each Wali town bore the title of Miko. Appalachian, in which there was much gold. We found there plenty of ripe maize ready to be gathered and much dry corn already housed. We also found many deer skins, and among them mantles made of thread and of poor quality, with which the women cover parts of their bodies. All the many Indians from Florida we saw were archers, and being very tall and naked, at a distance they appeared giants. Chief of each family or tribe. Family and tribe used interchangeably. Chief of each family or tribe. Because as you know, when your family has an earth soil portion and you have, let's take you for instance, you have two parents, two grandparents, you got two parents, four grandparents, you got great grandparents sometimes, you got uncles, aunties, nephews, cousins, spouses of family members, plus extended families, plus people who grew up down the way, in the a little further down in the forest on each side of you. So it's very possible that someone approaching some of these families would encounter 2, 3, 400 people. Talk about intimidating. The true name of these people was Etsikata. They claimed that they came to some place where the sea was narrow and frozen over. Crossing upon ice, they traveled from place to place toward the east until they reached the Atlantic Ocean. They traveled to sea from where the sun came. These were the white people, and the Indians treated them hospitably. And at that time, they were on very friendly terms with each other. The white people disappeared, however, and when they did so, they left a keg of something which we know now was whiskey. A cup was left with this, and the Indians began pouring whiskey into this cup and smelling of it, all being much pleased with the odor. Some went so far as to drink a little. They became intoxicated and began to reel and stagger around and butt each other with their heads. Then the white people came back, and the Indians began trading peltries, etc., for things which the white people had. Gatshit says that some Hichiti Indians claimed that their ancestors had fallen from the sky. At one time, the Hichiti were probably the most important tribe in southern Georgia, and their language the prevailing speech in that region from Chattahoochee River to the Atlantic Ocean. If you want to know that language, by the way, have a conversation with any of the people who look like you from Georgia, and you will be introduced to that language. After South Carolina had been settled, below the town of Coweta, on the site of the present Macon, the first to settle at the site of Okmulgee, or sometime it's pronounced Okomoki. Okomoki town, an ancient capital of the Confederacy. An ancient capital of the Confederacy. Hitchiti is on the left bank of the Chattahoochee, 4 miles below Chiaha. They have a narrow strip of good land bordering on the river, and back of this it rises into high poor land which spreads off flat. In approaching the town on this side, there is no rise, but a great descent to the town flat. On the right bank of the river, the land is level and extends out for 2 miles, is of thin quality. The growth is post oak, hickory, and pine, all small, then pine barren and ponds. The appearance about this town indicates much poverty and indolence. They have no fences. They have spread out into villages and have the character of being honest and industrious. They are attentive to the rights of their white neighbors, and no charge of horse stealing from the frontiers has been substantiated against them. The villages are Hitchituchi, Little Hitchiti, a small village of industrious people settled on both sides of the Flint River below Kitchufoni. They have good fences, cattle, horses, and hogs in a fine range and are attentive to them. Tutalosi, fowl. On a creek of that name, 20 miles went from Hitchituchi. This is a fine creek on a bed of limestone. It is a branch of Kitchufuni, the land bordering on the creek, and for 8 or 9 miles in the direction toward Hitchituchi is level, rich, and fine for cultivation, with post and black oak, hickory, dogwood, and pine. The villagers have good worm fences, appear industrious, and have large stocks of cattle, some hogs and horses. They appear decent. Orderly, and are desirous of preserving a friendly intercourse with their neighbors. They have this year, 1799, built a square. The census of 1832 mentions a Hichiti village called Hehahe. Removal Creek Nation, Hichita Station, and their descendants have remained there and about Okmulgee or Okomoki up to the present time. The Okmulgee or Okomoki. The designation is said to have come originally from a large spring in Georgia. The famous Indian Spring in Butts County, Georgia. Stop being lazy. Where you from? Where's your family from? The Alabama. Next to the Muskogee themselves, the most conspicuous Upper Creek tribe were the Alabama or Albamo. As shown by their language and indicated by some of their traditions, they were connected more nearly with the Choctaw or Chata and Chickasaw than with the Creeks. You'll find that for some reason, there is always value in putting labels on people, calling people something that they didn't call themselves. That's why it's so important to talk to the older members of your family. Talk about them growing up. Talk about what they talked about. Talk about what they ate. Ask what they ate. Ask them about some of the slang terms that they used. I have family lines from Alabama. And see, the thing about these people are, and the thing about my people is what I noticed is my father, grandfather, these people weren't the bending over type. These were these weren't the people who were going to be pushed away by force or violence. The origin of the Alabama Indians, as handed down by oral tradition, is that they sprang out of the ground between the Cahaba and Alabama rivers. Is that they immigrated from the Cahaba and Alabama rivers to the junction of the Tuscaloosa, Tombigbee, and Coosa, Alabama rivers. They claimed the country from Fort Jackson to New Orleans for their hunting grounds. The Muklasa. The name means friends or people of one nation. 30 hunters. They have some lots about their houses fenced and hogs. They have some lots about their houses fenced for potatoes. One chief has some cattle, horses, and hogs. A few others have some cattle and hogs. It is probable that most of the other tribes afterwards found upon Tallapoosa River were at this time in Georgia, and it is likely that the Abika had not yet come to settle beside the Coosa, in spite of an evident confusion in the minds of the Spaniards of Indian and feudal institutions. There must have been some basis for the overlordship said to have been enjoined by the Indians of Coosa. The Napoches seem to have been a Choctaw-speaking people on the Black Warrior and Tombigbee rivers. A large amount of my family, my ancestors, are from Greene County, Alabama, Boligee, to be more specific, places that were near the Black Warrior and Tombigbee River. I'm still working on it. You keep working on it too. Don't get lazy. And Lemoyne, their youth are trained in running, and a prize is offered for him who can run longest without stopping, and they frequently practice with the bow. They also play a game of ball as follows. In the middle of an open space is set up a tree, some 8 or 9 fathoms high, with a square frame woven of twigs on the top. This is to be hit with the ball, and he who strikes it first gets a prize. To be sure, Le Chalot remarks, they never teach their children and do not correct them in any way. But is referring to the training of young children in matters connected with morals and manners. The Black America's Handbook for Survival Through the 21st Century by Radine A. America. Heritages. Her, female of the planet Earth. It, collective emotional awareness development equals culture. Ages through time or millennia. Heritage comes from the females as the mother's connection from the blood within them that factually creates a new living being to belong as a continuation of the people for the earth or soil as soul. It is the earth's life force connection in the blood that controls the emotional center of the human psyche's reaction to perceptions of physical reality as intellect. This covenant knowledge for Earth's absolute truth, reality, contains the inheritance to a place to apply your collective functions within the living organisms we call planet Earth. A designated soil covenant. A person's heritage is the foundation of knowledge for their human right to live, to serve their life purpose, and continue to develop the blood of life for their kind with their section of earth. The destruction of the earth's environment that supports the race blood heritage with their earth soil or earth soul, soil, soul, soul food. Who got soul? Who the soul people? Eco soil system, life support, indigenous peoples or soil people, indigenous peoples or soul people. Americans, what you call Black Americans or what you call African Americans. Stop. People who lack the Mother Earth's connection to an eco-soil life system in which they reside do not receive life support from eco-soil system with Earth. They are living on the eco-soil life support system belonging to another female created people. They are artificially living as consumers off of the eco-soil life system, meaning everyone on this planet has a soil portion that they need and it needs them. If you are living on someone else's soil portion, you are going to be deprived of key soil attributes. You are going to be deprived of the stuff of the soul. The population of peoples labeled Black or Negro in Americas are the uncorrupted, direct blood descendants for the Earth race living in America before colonialism. They represent America's life covenant, the Earth's planetary life expression, connected to the eco-life soil system. Black person, African American person, non-existent person, or how about this? American. Because of their mother's heritage blood represented by their brown skin. Looks like the soil and bushy hair collective trees of the forest, which resembles the whole eco-life soil system, creating America. In Chickasaw Nation by Mason comments, what was the original color for the European term red? All the names of colors used for people are artificial colonial names for categories being applied to a people to denote their position in the collective hegemonic system of femicide, genocide being applied against them by the colonial system. No one is actually the color black, white, or red. Today, colors of black and red represent death. Red is the color of dead blood. Black is the color of rotting flesh. Why are Americans called black? The term black means to erase or living to be killed, invisible or not and recognized part of the artificial system, or not and recognized part of the artificial system. The males of the race no longer protect their earth soul life. To be labeled black does not mean you are the color black. In Chickasaw Nation by Mason comments, men are tall, erect, and moderately robust, their limbs well shaped so generally to form the perfect human figure. Women of the Cherokee are tall, 5'7" and up, slender, erect, delicate frame features with perfect symmetry. Muskogee women are very dark-skinned, short in stature, and well-formed. Chickasaw women are a good size as well as beautiful. Delaware women are big and rounded or full-figured. The word tribe means an extended family, community, or town within a large population state of the nation. Early Spanish explorers noted Indians of America are extremely diverse, not just in appearance, but also in many aspects. As diverse in phenotypic as diverse in phenotypic physical characteristics as any other ethnic group indigenous to Earth. This is an 1822 lithograph of a group of Northern California American Indians. Today, the same people would be regarded as Black Americans. Catlin, Catlin did not comment that some people to America were dark, reddish brown. He stated that all original peoples of America are reddish brown, tawny to dark brown, some with wavy and most with extremely curly hair. Simply put, the stereotypical European image of white, light skinned with long, untextured, aka straight hair, is completely artificial, as the original characteristics for the ethnic female heritage blood belonging to the Indians of America race populations. William Katz, author of the book Black Indians, comments on racial distortion. All Indians are brown-skinned people who are labeled black. Even William Katz does not want to tell that part of the truth. All Indians are brown-skinned people who are labeled black. William Katz, the book Black Indians. Distorting racial history as teachers know injures dark, aka indigenous children. They live with muted heritage. Despite Black Indians' contributions to their land, neither Negro nor Indian children nor the current adult population have awareness of this legacy. Like whites, Native Americans learned in school that Africans were contented slaves and had no fighting traditions, certainly none that allied them with the Indians. For their part, Afro Americans are unaware of Indians in their family tree, but probably assume that, like the whites lurking there, they are mere intruders. Such inaccurate beliefs hide a heritage worth exploring further, dividing people today that could truly benefit from unity. All Indians are brown-skinned people who are labeled black. Excerpt from page 149 of George Catlin's book, written in 1841, Letter and Notes on the North American Indians. All other primitive tribes known in America are dark, copper-colored, with jet black hair. Pardon me if I lead him through a maze of novelty and mysteries of a strange yet kind and hospitable people whose fate, like that of all their race, is sealed, whose doom is fixed to live just long enough to be imperfectly known and then to fall before the disease or sword of civilizing devastation. The Handbook for Federal Indian Law, written in 1939, states the Indian population in the United States was over 130 million. At the State of the Union address for the year 2000, President Clinton stated, "It is estimated that there will be no more color, Negro, in America in 50 years." Most of the towns and city names in the United States are names of the actual villages or cities, large populations where American Indian people lived and flourished for thousands of years. Example: Chesapeake, Illinois, Otto, Pontiac, Wichita, Indian Springs, Tiger, and Cullowhee, to name a few. Interstate I-75 was a major route of our American ancestors used to travel from the northern cities to the southern cities, to the west and beyond. The plants we eat as food cultivated by our ancestors are called soul food or soil food. All kinds of greens, tomatoes, all forms of beans, cabbage, corn, tobacco, sugar, maple syrup, chocolate, coffee, squash, cucumbers, all potatoes, white or sweet, bananas, oats, rice, berries, peanuts, pineapples, avocados, lima, kidney, eggplant, kale, collard greens, turnips, onions, peppers, strawberries, cashew nuts, all herbs and thousands of plants used for pharmaceutical medicine unknown in Europe before the discovery of North America. Today, the products developed and produced by our American heritage technology used for their cultural economy are called commodities. Our ancestral trade network used as the economy of our civilization was richer, stronger, and more developed than the old world at that time. The Spaniards have never before beheld markets as big as the trading enterprises in America, according to Bernal Diaz. 1519, in the background, fishermen use butterfly nets. Indians harvest cotton as well as cochineal from nopal cactus to produce the red dye. Bernal Diaz says, when we arrived, we were astounded at the number of people and the quantity of merchandise that it contained, and at the good order and control that was maintained. Some of the soldiers among us who had been in many parts of the world, in Constantinople and all over Italy and in Rome, said that so large a marketplace and so well arranged they had never beheld before. Also 1519, Conqueror Bernal Diaz del Castillo said, it would have been impossible to see it, the market, in one day due to its magnitude and variety. Here, flowers, fruits, vegetables, maize, cacao, fish, deer, minerals, gold, precious stones, ceramic objects, herbalist products, weavings, feathers, bark, paper, and other goods abound. The market was also a medical clinic with healers practicing their cures. All of the plants eaten as vegetables today, such as corn, in 1917, 3 million plus bushels of corn was sent to England and France to ward off starvation from the World War I. Corn is the most valuable food staple in the world. The white potato, misnamed the Irish potato, because without it, Irishmen could not endure. It is well known the white potato is more extensively used in the more indispensable is more extensively used in and more indispensable to many European countries than to America, its home. Tomatoes were taken to Europe as well as tobacco and turkey, which is the English translation of the Indian name for the bird. Cotton for fabric, watermelon, and many more. There are so many contributions to the present world taken from our ancestors that a complete book would take volumes. Note, none of these facts are given to American children in public school, or American Indian children in public school, or Amerindian children, as she says, as she calls us. Excerpt from Chickasaw Nation, page 192. It is well known that the translations of the meaning of the Indian names into English cannot be happily done, as in the foregoing instance, but worse still, the translations often give a meaning entirely at variance opposite with its real meaning. Only one instance of which need be given. A few years ago, the papers had a great deal to say about young man afraid of his horses, a conspicuous warrior of the West, and the name thus rendered suggested that the young man, the warrior, became frightened or startled upon a stampede of his horses or some like episode. His name in the Indian language was Tasunka Kokipapi, the real meaning of which in English is that such was his cap. His name in the Indian language was Tasunka Kokapapi, the real meaning of which in English is that such was his capacity in battle that the mere sight of his horses inspired fear in his enemies. When the European foreigners arrived, our ancestors had already developed an enormous textile industry through the cultivation, harvesting, and weaving of cotton and 200 other natural plant fibers into cloth and baskets. Denim is an American Indian fabric. Deer skin was used to make shoes, coats, and furniture. Our ancestors, as American Indians, did not wear animal skins at their everyday clothes. Animal skins were worn mainly in the winter for coats. Gourds made bowls, and clay was used to make jewelry, plates, pots, furniture, houses, and ovens, to name a few. The cloth made was done through creating different braid designs. Today's hair braiding is the ancestral science of cloth making. The texture of most American Indian people of America hair resembles the natural texture of cotton and other plant fibers that grows naturally in all regions of the Americas. Originally, cotton was grown from the trees. The moisture kept the cotton ball from drying out and becoming hard and brittle to the touch. When the European colonists started to become managers for growing cotton, they cut all the trees, so the cotton did not have the moisture it needed to stay soft, nor did American Indian slash Negro females' hair have the moisture to stay soft, so it became like the cotton, dry, hard, and brittle. Not only the female, but the male as well. It is a travesty upon civilization that the United States has tortured into ruin the fine race that inherited the soil and has adopted a horde of. It is a travesty upon civilization that the United States has tortured into ruin the fine race that inherited the soil and has adopted a horde of African savages to educate, ride within the cars, sit within the theaters, and eat with white folks at the hotels. The Indian who fails to be born a Negro hereafter makes the mistake of his life. The Indian who fails to be born a Negro hereafter makes the mistake of his life. The New York Times. Translation. It is a travesty upon civilization that the United States, American slash European men in union with American Indian men or males of America following directives from European men to establish the Roman social culture of patriarchy, has tortured, sexually abused, killed, prosecuted, scalped, traumatized for the use in the human trafficking trade as slaves into ruin, depopulated, domesticated, forced into a new artificial consciousness, the fine race that inherited the soil, America, as Anasazi females, and has adopted a horde of African savages. and Asazi American males as American Indian and Negro men to educate, teach how to read and write, ride with in cars, sit with in the theaters, and eat with white folks in the hotels. The Indian male of America still living free in patriarchy who fails to be born a Negro, born from America, American Indian female living under captivity, hereafter makes the mistake of his life. As long as you identify yourself as invisible people, i.e., Black Americans or African Americans, you can never be recognized as an earth being with life inheritance to rights. You are only recognized as an animal or three-fifths of a being. Discontinuing the growing of grass and learn how to plant trees. Educate each other about our heritage, blood, ethnic identity, and respecting our culture developed by our real ancestors. Divest ourselves from practicing opportunism and individualism at the expense of our children and return to respecting ourselves as a collective. Respect the ancestral culture developed by our ancestors. Return to embracing nature. Stop lifting our voices to praise our death. Support people who are building our heritage through different means to create industry instead of supporting the industry of everybody else. Library of Congress blogs. Black Cowboys at Home on the Range. 2022. Neely Tucker. Nat Love, one of the most famous black cowboys of the Old West. Black men were among the first cowboys in the U.S. Bill Pickett and Nat Love. Bill Pickett. Pop culture erased black cowboys from the Western milieu, creating a misleading image of the Old West as peopled by white men on horseback, riding the lonely grasslands. The myth of the cowboy is only one of many myths that have shaped our view of the West in the late 19th century, reads the library's Introduction to the American West 1865 to 1900 resource timeline. The stereotype of the heroic white cowboy is far from true, however. The origins of Home on the Range, the unofficial anthem of the West, are famously muddled, but it's not disputed that the first recording was by a black saloon keeper and former cowboy in San Antonio who performed it for folklorist John Lomax in 1908. Lomax's influential publication of 1910, Cowboy Songs and Other Frontier Ballads, traced several standards to black cowboys, including Get Along Little Doggies. The Lomax family collection is housed at the library as John and his son Alan worked directly with the library for more than a decade in recording and archiving American folk songs. Even in film history, black cowboys were around, if behind the scenes. James Arthur Walker invented the Hollywood hop, where a rider jumps off to the side of a walking or running horse, lands on the ground, and bounces back into the saddle. The Black Cowboy Parade has been a popular annual event in Oakland, California for the last 74 years. New York Times reported Walter Thompson Hernandez wrote a book about cowboys in Los Angeles County last year. the Compton Cowboys. The Bill Pickett Invitational Rodeo, which celebrates African American men and women who are keeping the cowboy tradition alive, has entertained over 5.5 million people since its launch in 1984. History, Smithsonian Magazine, The Lesser Known History of African American Cowboys, by Katie Not Jim Bottom, 2007. Nat Love was born near Nashville, Tennessee. Historians estimate that 1 in 4 cowboys was black. Right after the Civil War, being a cowboy was one of the few jobs open to men of color who wanted to not serve as elevator operators or delivery boys or other similar occupations, says William Loren Katz. They was black cowboys. They wanted to be cowboys instead of delivery boys or other similar occupations, elevator operators, like we doing today. Love recalled the camaraderie of cowboys with admiration. A braver, truer set of men never lived than these wild sons of the plains, whose home was in the saddle and their couch, Mother Earth, with the sky for a covering, he wrote. Check it out. Love recalled the camaraderie of cowboys with admiration. A braver, truer set of men never lived than these wild sons of the plains. The plains. Whose home was in the saddle and their couch, Mother Earth, with the sky for a covering, he wrote. The West was a vast open space and a dangerous place to be, says Katz. Cowboys had to depend on one another. They couldn't stop in the middle of some crisis like a stampede or an attack by rustlers and sort out who's black and who's white. Black people operated on a level of equality with the white cowboy, he says. The cattle drives ended by the turn of the century. Railroads became a more prominent mode of transportation in the West. Love fell victim to the changing cattle industry and left his life on the wild frontier to become a Pullman porter for the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad. Bill Pickett, born in 1870 in Texas, became one of the most famous early rodeo stars. He dropped out of school to become a ranch hand and gained an international reputation for his unique method of catching stray cows. He drew applause and admiration from young and old, cowboy to city slicker, remarks Katz. In 1972, 40 years after his death, Pickett became the first black honoree in the National Rodeo Hall of Fame. Love, too, participated in early rodeos. In 1876, he earned the nickname Deadwood Dick after entering a roping competition near Deadwood, South Dakota, following a cattle delivery. 6 of the contestants, including Love, were colored cowboys. I roped, threw, tied, bridled, saddled, and mounted my Mustang in exactly 9 minutes from the crack of the gun, he recalled. 76-year-old Cleo Hearn has been a professional cowboy since 1959. He was also the first African American to attend college on a rodeo scholarship. He recalls being barred from entering a rodeo in his hometown of Seminole, Oklahoma, when he was 16 years old because of his race or his complexion. But Hearn did not let the discrimination stop him from doing what he loved. But Hearn did not let the discrimination stop him from doing what he loved. Even when he was drafted into John F. Kennedy's Presidential Honor Guard, he continued to rope and performed at a rodeo in New Jersey. After graduating with a degree in business from Langston University, Hearn was recruited to work at the Ford Motor Company in Dallas, where he continued to compete in rodeos in his free time. In 1971, Hearn began producing rodeos for African American cowboys. Love wrote that he would ever cherish a fond and loving feeling for the old days on the range, its exciting adventures, good horses, good and bad men. I gloried in the danger and the wild and free life of the plains, the new country I was continually traversing, and the many new scenes and incidents continually arising in the life of a rough rider. Look, look, not you, not you. The ones who said that blacks, black Americans, and African Americans, or properly, Americans, the original people of this soil portion that goes from the northernmost point of Canada to the southernmost point of Argentina, of South America, the people who you call black Americans or African Americans, properly, Americans. Yeah, those people who you say don't have no culture, those people who you say ain't got no culture, look, I want you to look. She owns some. Compton Cowboys. From the West Coast to the East Coast, from the Pacific to the Atlantic. We ain't got nothing against no Africans. More specifically, we ain't got nothing against the people from that earth soil portion that's technically Afro-Eurasia because it's all connected. But from that soil portion, that earth soil portion that everybody term Africa, those 50 plus countries, we ain't got nothing against y'all. You getting all outside your body? You getting out your body? Letting somebody put a battery in your back? Talking about Americans, black Americans, African Americans don't got no culture, denying their ancestral roots, turning their back on Africa. You letting somebody put a battery in your back and getting outside your body. But what you standing on, that foundation that you standing on is weak. You've been indoctrinated and programmed harder than anybody else. And more specifically, this ain't got nothing to do with you. This got something to do with homie right there and little shorty. Americans. What you term black Americans or African Americans. It's our fault. It's just as much our fault. And it's a lot of the people who come before us fault too. People who look just like us. People who look just like me. It's your fault. It's your fault. But if you want to know about yesterday, look at today. People who look like you have always bent over for trinkets, for stuff, and don't let it shine. African American culture. Think American arts and think Ralph Ellison. Artistic works by Americans have revolutionized the American art scene and given the cultural face America shows the outside world its verve and vigor. In the 20th century, black Americans fashioned entirely new and significant musical traditions, including jazz, blues, and rock and roll, quickly spread around the globe. From 1865 to the start of the 1920s, artists produced works which could be acceptable to museums, patrons, or local saloons or studios. They therefore created paintings, drawings, and sculptures in the classical and romantic traditions of scenes depicting nature, history, familiar places, distinguished personalities, and prominent families of wealth. Southern black singers and musicians began creating and playing the blues and ragtime music. The streets, nightclubs, and bars of New Orleans started ringing with the new sound of jazz. Jazz combined the influences of both the blues and ragtime. This is myblackhistory.net. In the early 1920s, there was a movement called the Negro or Harlem Renaissance. This resurgence of literature, knowledge, and the arts coming out of New York was powerful. Musicians, writers, poets, intellectuals, and artists. By 1926, William E. Harmon, a real estate magnate, became the chief philanthropist and patron in the support of African American artists and culture. The Harmon Foundation existed from 1922 to the end of 1967. The early 30s saw jazz transforming into big band music, first with swing and later with bebop. Musicians like Charlie Parker pushed the envelope and made some of the greatest music ever. The 1940s and 1950s, artists like the Florida Highwaymen found a unique way to sell and display their art by producing in mass quantities and selling their artwork on the side of the road. Selling their artwork on the side of the road, just like brothers and sisters in Chicago on the side of the expressway, selling their works. Rock and roll was the musical blending of different cultures, taking the blues and adding some country tradition. Rock and roll artists like James Brown and Chuck Berry rocked the music industry like never before. A new sound called soul quickly emerged and found a home in Detroit under the Motown label. Ray Charles, the Jackson 5, and the Supremes were all huge hit makers for Motown, and the blues and funk music were popular with both black and white races internationally. National Museum of African American History and Culture, Black Culture and Identity in the 60s and 70s. Look at that, natural. 1968, Marsha Hunt, an international icon of black beauty, an international icon of American beauty. That's a natural. Where they got them at? Natural hairstyles and the variety of skin colors, hair textures, and physical characteristics. Black Americans donned styles using a grooming tool like a pick. A cultural revolution. Writers use their creativity to support cultural revolution. The arts movement solidified around the arts activism of Leroy Jones in the mid-1960s, a poet, playwright, and publisher. The Black Arts Repertory Theater's school in Harlem and Spirit House in Newark, New Jersey, his hometown. Initiatives on the East Coast were paralleled by black arts organizations in Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, New Orleans, and San Francisco. Prior to the mid 1960s, African Americans appeared in popular culture as musical entertainers, sports figures, and in stereotypical servant roles on screen. Black journalists used the talk show format to air community concerns. Television programs featuring black actors attracted advertisers who tapped into a growing black consumer base. Black journalists and filmmakers produced public affairs television programs in major cities. This is from Equal Times. The steady decline of African American culture in Washington, D.C. Andrienne Williams, 2018. Under 5 foot tall, Virginia Ali, white haired and frail, welcomes the never ending stream of customers entering her diner. The 84-year-old woman is the owner of Ben's Chili Bowl, one of the most famous restaurants in Washington, D.C. Opened 60 years ago on U Street in Northwest Washington, it is one of the last vestiges of the heyday of African American culture in the city. When I arrived in Washington in 1952, I realized how prominent and classy the black community was. We had our own banks, Howard University, two state-of-the-art movie houses, without mentioning all the businesses, doctors, lawyers, and architects we had, Virginia recalls, once known as Black Broadway. U.S. Embassy in Slovakia. What would the U.S. be without African Americans? The experiences, ideas, and perspectives of the African American community contribute to the vitality and success of the American experience. In the early 20th century, most African Americans lived in the rural American South. Over 6 million people migrated north to cities like Chicago, New York, and Detroit. African Americans brought with them their music and art, their food, their style of worship, and their sense of community, and in the process reshaped America's own identity and its vision of itself. Today, if we think about many elements of American popular culture, they have their roots in African American culture, or just simply American culture. So in essence, what they're saying is Americans brought with them their music and art, their food, their style of worship, and their sense of community. And in the process, continued to shape America's identity and continued the vision that it was always. Today, if we think about many elements of American popular culture, it has its roots in who? Us, the Americans. You got a birth certificate. Your mother and father should be on it. Your mother and father both have birth certificates. Their mother and father should be on it. Keep going. Don't get lazy. Rock and roll music grew out of the blues of the Deep South. Today, hip hop and rhythm and blues dominate the airwaves. Contemporary fashion has been significantly influenced by Americans' urban experience. How Black Americans have shaped cool globally, by Mark Bain, 2020. How Black Americans, or more correctly, Americans, how Black Americans have shaped cool globally. Now, how do a people with no culture shape cool globally? On New Year's Eve, 1962, a 13-year-old named Valery Sayfutdinov took the stage with his band at a party in Latvia's capital city, Riga, then still under Soviet control. In front of a crowd of several hundred factory workers, they launched into covers of songs by artists such as Chuck Berry and Little Richard, Black Americans who, along with forebearers like Sister Rosetta Tharpe, created rock and roll. The crowd loved it. The whole city was talking about rock and roll. Sayfutdinov, who would ultimately move to California, told the San Diego Union Tribune. In 2012, by the time of that performance, rock records had been circulating in the Soviet Union, despite authorities restricting them. Culture is one of America's most powerful means of exerting its influence in the world. Black Americans have shaped that culture. They've held an outsized sway on what the U.S. and consequently much of the globe deems cool. Black American culture has always been one of America's greatest exports, says Mark Anthony Neal, author of multiple books on black culture and chair of the Department of African and African American Studies at Duke University. Where Black Americans have been especially influential where Black Americans have been especially influential is in arenas attuned to let's try this again. Where Black Americans have been especially influential is in arenas attuned to style and creativity. Let's shake it. Sneakers have become a worldwide phenomenon, but the roots of modern sneaker culture trace back to the fashion of mostly Black and Latino kids in U.S. cities. Basketball, whose biggest stars are overwhelmingly Black Americans, Michael Jordan has his name on one of the biggest sneaker brands of all. Streetwear, a clothing style molded by hip-hop after emerging from California's surf and skate scene, has become a dominating presence in fashion. In music, Black Americans were foundational to several genres, widely popular in the U.S. and much of the world. Blues, jazz, rock, funk, gospel, and R&B are obvious instances, but other forms such as country and electronic dance music are similarly indebted to Black innovators. In India, despite its own rich cultural heritage to draw upon, the Bollywood movie industry borrowed from Michael Jackson and his dance moves. Hip-hop, now the most popular form of music in America and likely beyond. In 2015, Spotify proclaimed it is the most listened to genre of music in the world. In China, where it grew steadily for years, it exploded in 2017 with the competition show The Rap of China. Its influence on K-pop and acts such as Blackpink and BTS is plain. The use of cool to mean something good, amongst other connotations, is itself a product of Black American culture. In the 1930s, Black jazz musicians in the U.S., notably saxophonist Lester Young, credited with coining the term cool, began using it to describe a state of relaxed intensity. One of the things that Black folks have always had ownership of is style. The way they walk, the way they talk, how they wear their clothes, says Neal. The Evolution of African American Dance in America. Susan Manning, 2016. Bert Williams and George Walker. Bert Williams, Bahamas. George Walker, born in Kansas. The Whitman sisters, born in Ohio, Arkansas, Kansas, and Georgia. Dancers at the Cotton Club. Josephine Baker, born in St. Louis, Missouri. Dancers at the Savoy Ballroom. Catherine Dunham, born in Chicago, Illinois. The American Negro Ballet. Alvin Ailey, born in Texas. Alvin Ailey Dance Theater, Blues Suite. Alvin Ailey Dance Theater premieres, Revelations. Joan Myers Brown, born in Philadelphia by way of North Carolina. Philadanco. Michael Jackson, born Gary, Indiana. Born in Gary, Indiana. Savion Glover, born in New Jersey. 1897 in New York, Bert Williams and George Walker play a lead in vaudeville house for 40 weeks. The high point of their act is the cakewalk with 7 couples in fancy dress. 1905, the Whitman sisters moved to Chicago and their shows include dancing as well as cross-dress songs and skits. 1913, Darktown Follies opens at the Lafayette Theater in Harlem, produced, composed, and written by J. Labrie Hill. The show features tap, ballroom, and acrobatic dancers in the strut, tango, moochie, ballin', the Jack, and Texas Tommy. 1914, James Reese Europe forms a small orchestra called the Tempo Club to accompany Vernon and Irene Castle in their performances and lessons for white patrons. 1917, Lieutenant James Reese Europe recruits musicians to serve in the 15th Regiment of the New York Guard, known as the Harlem Hellfighters, during the First World War. 1921, Shuffle Along becomes a huge commercial success on Broadway, spawning numerous imitations over the next decade. 1923, the Cotton Club opens in Harlem, drawing an all-white clientele to see all black talent. 1925, Alan Locke's edited volume, The New Negro, includes poems and images of dancers. 1925, Josephine Baker, having first made her name in Sisley and Blake's Chocolate Dandies, makes her Paris debut in La Revue Negre. 1926, the Savoy Ballroom opens in Harlem and becomes a venue for significant invitation. Let's go back. 1925, Josephine Baker, having first made her name in Sisley and Blake's Chocolate Dandies, makes her Paris debut in La Revue Negre. Negre. Josephine Baker. Y'all saw Josephine Baker. Negre. Think for yourself. 1926, the Savoy Ballroom opens in Harlem and becomes a venue for significant innovation in music and dance, notably the Lindy Hop and swing. 1928, Bill Robinson, known for his upright and swinging style of tap, stars in Blackbirds of 1928, bringing a signature stair dance from vaudeville to Broadway. 1930, James Weldon Johnson's Black Manhattan periodizes the history of Negro theatrical and artistic effort. The first period of black minstrel troupes in the 19th century, the second period of musical comedies, Williams and Walker, Darktown Follies from 1890 to 1916, and the third period from 1917 to the present that encompasses new Negro drama and black cast musicals. 1931, in New York, Hemsley Winfield and Edna Guy present their choreography in what they call the first Negro dance recital in America. 1933, at the Chicago World's Fair, Katherine Dunham, a dancer and student of anthropology at the University of Chicago, starts in Ruth Page's La Guiablaise. 1933. 1937, the American Negro Ballet makes its debut at the Lafayette Theater. 1939, on Broadway, the swing Mikado, originated by the Negro unit of the Federal Theater Project in Chicago, plays opposite the Hot Mikado, starring Bill Robinson and the Savoy Lindy Hoppers. The Savoy Lindy Hoppers. 1940, the Savoy Lindy Hoppers. That's a tight crew name. 1940, Dunham moves to New York with her company, and the program Tropics and Le Jazz Hot becomes a sensation. 1941, Melville Herskovitz publishes The Myth of the Negro Past, which cites Dunham's research on dance in the Caribbean and Hurston's research on folklore in Florida and the Bahamas. 1943, 20th Century Fox releases Stormy Weather, a fictionalized biopic of Bill Robinson that features Lena Horne, the Nicholas brothers, Fats Waller, Katherine Dunham, and her troupe. 1951, Janet Collins, a former dancer at the Lester Horton Dance Theater, becomes the first black ballet dancer employed by the Metropolitan Opera. 1968, Marshall and Gene Stearns published Jazz Dance, the story of American vernacular dance. 1969, tap dancers from mid-century, Chuck Green, James Buster Brown, Jimmy Slide, come out of retirement and perform regularly at a Times Square hotel. 1969, Arthur Mitchell founds the Dance Theater of Harlem, a schooling company devoted to showcasing black dancers and ballets from the classical and contemporary repertoires. 1970, Carol Johnson, a dancer with Elio Porner, launches The Feet, a monthly journal devoted to black dance. 1970, Joan Myers Brown founds Philadanco, a repertory company in Philadelphia devoted to the works of black choreographers. 1972, Lynn Fowley Emery, a white historian and dance professor, publishes Black Dance from 1619 to Today. Black Dance from 1619 to Today, with the preface written by Katherine Dunham. 1972, Lynn Fowley Emery, a white historian and dance professor, publishes Black Dance from 1619 to Today. 1619, ain't that the year when they said those 20 and odd negras came to the Jamestown colony? the 20 and odd Negras, then later the 20 and odd Negroes, then later the 20 and odd Africans. Ain't this when they tell you that this was your Genesis, 1619? That's when you got here. That's when your people got here. So you was dancing. You was happy. Let's shake it. 1973, the first National Congress on Blacks in Dance is held at Indiana University. 1975, archivist Joe Nash and critic William Moore create a new journal, Dance Herald, a journal of black dance. 1983, Michael Jackson releases the music videos Beat It and Thriller. While Beat It pays homage to the street fight at the opening of West Side Story, Thriller recalls a long tradition of dances of death. Michael Peters, who had worked with Alvin Ailey and Tally Beatty, choreographed both music videos. 1987, the American Dance Festival launches a project titled The Black Tradition in American Modern Dance, designed to bring attention to Primus, McHale, Beatty, and Palmiere as modern dancers, as well as black dancers. 1996, Savion Glover, a tap prodigy who had performed with many of the elders in the tap revival, premieres Bring in the Noise, Bring in the Funk, which parodies Bill Robinson and the Nicholas Brothers in its embodied history of percussive dance from the Great Migration to hip-hop. 2000, Rennie Harris, a breakdancer turned hip-hop choreographer, tours Rome and Jules, his adaptation of Shakespeare and West Side Story. 2001, PBS releases the three-part documentary Free to Dance, which interrelates the history of black dance and modern dance, inspired by the ADF initiative on the black tradition in American modern dance. This is from High Snobiety. How black people created all your favorite music. How black Americans created all your favorite music. How African Americans created all your favorite music. Or properly, how Americans created all your favorite music. Sarah Osei. High Snobiety. Music is indebted to black people. Music is indebted to your family. Music labels and artists alike have built their empires on black creators in more ways than we're willing to acknowledge. Jazz. A new sound arose in the community of African Americans in New Orleans in the late 19th century. Many non-music reading black musicians would play improvised music for parades and gatherings. The melodies increased the tempo of blues into distinctly upbeat and polyrhythmic tunes called jazz. Indigenous American music right here. I'm just gonna say it, you know. No need to sugarcoat it. The original people of this American earth soil portion. This is the music that these people make. This is the music that we make. This is what we do. Let's shake it. Country. Country music can trace its roots to the American South. The black influence on country music starts with the banjo. The sound was appropriated and spread to white audiences through minstrel and blackface shows. Many of the songs by white country artists were taken from black sources. Rock and roll. Its origins lie in the black community. Rock and roll evolved from the rhythm and blues of the 1940s when it was categorized as race music. It was the godmother of rock and roll, Sister Rosetta Tharpe, who turned this burgeoning music into what it is today with her distinctive guitar style informed by gospel music. It soon became a mainstream cultural phenomenon known for its eccentric performance style through black artists like Little Richard and Chuck Berry. Black artists built rock and roll. House. African American and Latino communities created the cultural phenomenon that is house in Chicago's underground clubs with little to no recognition. I see them. I saw them. A black DJ named Frankie Knuckles, also known as the godfather of house, is credited with innovating the genre. Techno was born from the black community in Detroit. Originally revolutionary music, techno was the byproduct of the African American struggle and a form of wordless protest. This is from The Every Girl, How Black Music Became America's Soundtrack. Sarah Hunt Blackwell, 2022. Black music is at the hearts of all American music, history, and culture. Black music is at the hearts of all American music, history, and culture. By the turn of the century, black communities began singing the blues, and the musical genre took the rural South by storm. Blues from Memphis, the Mississippi Delta, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Texas each had their distinct sounds. Male artists like Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf were some of the quintessential blues singers, but black women were some of the first musicians to record blues music. Mamie Smith, known as the Queen of the Blues, was the first black person, man or woman, to record a blues song. Ma Rainey, who was known as the mother of the blues. Others like Bessie Smith, Ethel Waters, and Ida Goodson started singing the blues early in their lives and enjoyed fruitful musical careers for decades. Blues music first offshoot, jazz, became prominent during the early 1900s. The 1950s and 60s in America, artists like Aretha Franklin, Nina Simone, Gil Scott-Heron, and Sam Cooke used their musical platforms to soothe the blows of bigotry while letting the world know that a change is going to come. The 1970s ushered in a wave of party and disco music, born out of black music from cities on the East Coast. Then in the 80s, one of the most groundbreaking musical genres emerged: rap. Real rap. Rap music was the foundation of the 90s. New Jack Swing music, which was up-tempo like rap, but also included more vocals. The 90s also bred neo-soul and early instances of pop music. Michael Jackson being the most awarded artist of all time. Black music is American music. Country music, rock and roll, folk, heavy metal, electronic, indie, derived from those original black sounds. Those original American sounds. Don't let these words throw y'all off. Vince Dixon Portfolio. How black music created every music genre in America. Black people created nearly every major music genre in America. Americans created nearly every music genre in America. Americans' admiration for black culture has always coincided with its blanket disdain for black people. Foreigners' admiration for American culture has always coincided with its blatant disdain for American people. The banjo, for instance, is the foundation of folk and country music. White musicians then use them to perform coon songs and minstrel shows that mocked and belittled black people. In the 1920s, some of the best black musicians were able to play jazz at Harlem's Cotton Club, one of New York City's most famous nightclubs. In the 1950s, doo-wop became so popular in New York City that young Italian New Yorkers created their own doo-wop groups. And some of the greatest R&B, rock and roll, and soul musicians played to sold-out venues across the Jim Crow South. Black artists, sounds, and images propel the industry. Black people are either directly or heavily responsible for the creation of almost every major music genre in America, including those currently dominated by white artists and executives, such as country, rock, and electric dance music, EDM. Research into the origins of these genres, outlined in the interactive diagram below, reveals that most of them indeed derive from black people, from American people. The research shows that nearly all American-made music genres come from black gospel and the blues. The blues, which is a combination of early black spirituals, plantation songs, and folk music, is a very flexible genre. The blues song structure, chord progression, scales, and bar formation are very easy to build on. Thus, a multitude of genres including jazz, country, soul, rock, and R&B sprang from the blues. Despite black people creating these sounds, inequalities deemed the original work in these areas race music. Jazz. In the 1890s, ragtime was America's most popular music genre. Black pianists created it as a way to imitate brass and string bands on the piano, emphasizing syncopated riffs and melodies. As depicted in the musical, the music was widely popular with all Americans. As the three groups take turns singing, the white group boasts how in the ragtime days there were gazebos and there were no Negroes. But then the group of black people immediately take to the stage, reminding the white group and the audience that in fact they, Negroes, created ragtime. Ragtime was one of the first music genres created by black Americans. Musicians like Jelly Roll Morton started composing jazz songs using the piano and other classical instruments. As the sound became more and more groovy, black people started creating various dances to go along with the music. If you want to know what happened yesterday, look at today. Brothers and sisters do the same thing today. You gotta make the dance to go with the music. Even in Germany, swing was such a huge hit with German youth that Nazi officials started a campaign to remind Germans that jazz was just jungle music created by black people. American jungle, the forest, the canopy. Black people created the Charleston, jitterbug, and Lindy Hop. Country used to be one of the most diverse music genres in America. Before the 1920s, country simply referred to all music that came from the South, especially folk music. The greatest country artists had black people to thank for their success. Many of the great early pioneering country singers were famously inspired by or taught by black musicians. Hank Williams was mentioned by Rufus Payne. Bob Wills learned music by listening to black workers. Carl Perkins learned guitar from a black sharecropper named Uncle John, John Westbrook. And Elvis Presley grew up listening to radio stations that targeted black communities. Each of them boasted of the influence African Americans played in their learning their craft. Such black influence on country music was unrelenting. The first country songs to top the Billboard charts, Frankie Lane's Mule Train, Tex Williams' Smoke, 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 and Al Drexler's Pistol Packin' Mama blatantly borrow from black gospel and jazz. Lane adopted black style so much that listeners often just assumed he was a black man. Williams' Smoke, Smoke, Smoke is a Western swing song, a genre derived from jazz. Dexter's Pistol Packin' Mama is just a rewritten version of Boil 'em Cabbage Down, a folk song thought to have originated with slaves, workers, laborers, employees, regular folk. Rock and roll and rock music both are rooted in attempts to make black music marketable to white audiences, though. Rock and rock and roll and rock music both are rooted in attempts to make black music marketable to white audiences. Rock and roll, the 1950s dance music craze, an older brother to what we call rock music, was simply watered down R&B. Producers just repackaged it to sell to white people. Rock music, which evolved out of the rock and roll, is essentially the blues, sped up. In fact, pick any classic rock song, slow it down, and it sounds a lot like a typical blues song. Before rock and roll, it was just rhythm and blues. Specifically, it was a danceable version of R&B created by black pianists in the South. Artists like Fats Domino played the piano in a way that was simplified, yet aggressive and rousing. They'd hit the keys or strum guitar strings hard over and over again, creating high energy tunes. They coupled the heavy sound with suggestive lyrics, sometimes using the words rocking and rolling to describe passionate arrangements or passionate entanglements. While parents didn't want their children listening to black innuendo laced music, record producers like Sam Phillips sought out marketable white singers who sounded black. If I could find a white man who had the Negro sound and the Negro feel, I could make $1 billion. Phillips is reported to have said he found one by the name of Elvis Presley. Presley was playing around in Phillips' recording studio, casually covering the song That's All Right, Mama by black singer Arthur Crudup. Phillips released the recording, marketed as rockabilly, a mix of rock and roll and hillbilly music, which is what country music was called at the time. Singers like Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Carl Perkins made huge careers as the first rock and roll stars, but they were typically singing covers of songs that had been performed by black people for decades prior. In the 1960s, British rock bands like the Beatles, the Animals, and the Rolling Stones started out singing covers of black songs, but with European flair. Inspired by black blues, R&B, and soul, the Brits not only returned the rhythm and beat to mainstream rock and roll, but emphasized it. The new era of rock, heavily inspired by black artists, would slowly push black artists out. In the 1970s, a new sound called funk had taken the black community by storm. It was black people's response to the wild popularity of mainstream rock. EDM. This four on the floor sound became known as disco. Disco transcended the underground nightclub scene and was eventually everywhere. Eventually, every pop song was a disco song with the mechanical, repetitive four on the floor beat. Eagles, Van Halen, and Kiss were now competing with and losing to prominent disco acts featuring black women like Gloria Gaynor, Donna Summers, Anita Ward, Sister Sledge, and Diana Ross. Throughout the late 1970s and 80s, black underground house parties became their new disco. In Chicago, one popular club was the Warehouse, in which resident DJ Frankie Knuckles used music technology to create and play his own unique concoction of dance music. It became known as house. Meanwhile, in Detroit, DJ Juan Atkins mixed the sounds of house, synth pop, funk, and soul to create what he called techno. House and techno traveled across the US, but became huge in Europe. Today, EDM, the sound marginalized people created to escape an antagonizing social climate, is once again one of the world's top music genres. Yet, ironically, black musicians and executives are again underrepresented in the genre. One EDM genre that appears to still be dominated by black musicians is hip hop. Like disco, house, and techno, hip hop was formed in the house party scene. DJs hosting block parties and house parties used turntables to extend the drum beats in popular funk and disco songs. MCs started talking over the beats in syncopated styles, giving birth to rap, or talking greasy. 70% of hip hop and rap consumers are suburban white kids. The phenomenon transcends race in America. Drake, who grew up a child actor in Toronto, Canada, a wave of Korean pop bands known as K-pop bands have incorporated hip hop and rap into their genre. Entries and winners for the annual European song competition Eurovision, in which countries across the world compete to create the best song, are filled with hip hop, punchy rap, and funky EDM sounds. The world embraces black music and awards the non black people who make it. Separating black people from their contributions to society. Hip hop might be headed in the same direction as jazz, swing, country, rock and roll, and techno. It's becoming mainstream in spite of black suffering. When people say it doesn't matter, music is music, they are erasing and disregarding the people in favor of the culture. This is from Steezy Blog. How Black Culture Has Shaped American Dance Culture. Sharice Roberts. Lindy Hop came from the black community. The 20s dance movement was born in black communities. Out of informal black parties came dances like the Texas Tommy, a partnered two-step dance feature playing swing outs that would later evolve into Lindy Hop, as well as the Charleston, a fast-paced dance peppered with leg kicks and arm swings that became the most iconic dance of the era. It was also out of the blossoming of black dancers that we get national treasures like Josephine Baker, whose famous stage performances went beyond the Charleston to feature next-level hip shaking that would set the stage for dance lovers like Beyonce and Shakira decades later. What we recognize as tap today was shaped in the 1700s as black dancers found creative ways to merge everything from Irish jigs to spiritual dances with traditional African steps. Bill Bojangles Robinson, often called the father of tap, personally knew Irish dancers and experimented with a more vertical style, with the stiffer posture and frequent jumps. The Nicholas Brothers, a famous self-taught dancing duo, gravitated toward more grounded, polyrhythmic movement that matched the drum beats played by their father. Years before, Fred Astaire and Gene Kelly were becoming synonymous with American tap, black dancers like Bill Bojangles Robinson were already getting down on film. Like many white artists at the time, Elvis would re-record songs from black musicians rather than creating original work. For example, his 1955 hit Hound Dog was an altered version of Big Mama Thornton's Hound Dog, which she released in 1952. So of course, it doesn't come as a shock that Elvis' signature grooves were inspired by black artists like Chuck Berry, who would point his knees inward and gyrate on stage. Throughout the 50s and early 60s, white kids intentionally looked to black teenagers to learn new dance moves. One of the most famous dances of the early 60s, the twist, spread like wildfire after Dick Clark saw white kids copying the move from black kids dancing to the OG singer of the twist, Hank Ballard. During the 1970s, American Bandstand was eclipsed by Soul Train. Locking became a popular style on the show, as it centered heavily around self-love and pride that black Americans were beyond ready to express. Black Americans living on the West Coast also began experimenting with mixing fluid, free flowing moves with striking muscle tenses or hits to form the style of popping. OG poppers like Poppin' Pete and lockers like Don Campbell Lock can both be seen sharing their styles on Soul Train, influencing how people danced around the country. In 1980, dancer and choreographer Debbie Allen earned critical acclaim for her roles in both the film and TV adaptations of Fame. In 2001, she founded the Debbie Allen Dance Academy, where she continues her legacy. Another notable 1980 star is Lauren Anderson, a black ballerina who was promoted to principal dancer of the Houston Ballet in 1983. While breaking was the original dance style pioneered by hip hop culture, young black hip hop dancers began incorporating easier to learn party moves like the prep and the running man into their sessions in the early 1980s. At basketball game halftimes, black DJs pumped up stadium jams and invited the whole crowd to execute black moves like the Tootsie Roll in unison. Even the unforgettable choreography in Britney's Baby One More Time, NSYNC's Bye Bye Baby, Backstreet Boys, everybody. All black choreographers. By this era, black creativity defined American culture. By this era, Americans' creativity defined American culture. By the time the new millennium rolled around, hip hop and rap accounted for 90% of the music played at parties and school dances around the country. On the East Coast, the Lightfeet community rose up in subway cars across New York City, where young black dancers gathered to perform explosive moves to the applause of onlookers. Misty Copeland, as the first black ballerina to be promoted to principal dancer in the American Ballet Theater, Copeland became a new symbol of black dancers being able to take up space in any dance style they chose. This is from Best Colleges. The Legacy and Culture of HBCU Marching Bands. Doug Allen, PhD, 2021. Marching bands are one of the most recognizable and celebrated organizations at many historically black colleges and universities. HBCU marching bands are often a center of culture on campus and act as important ambassadors for their university off campus. The modern HBCU marching band style dates back to June 1st, 1946, with the creation of the Marching 100 at Florida A&M College. Tuskegee Institute, for example, had field bands dating back to its time under Booker T. Washington in the early 1900s. Dr. Foster developed the Marching 100. He and the Marching 100 pioneered a new style that entertained audiences with high-stepping, horn-swinging showmanship infused with black culture and black excellence. From the Human Jukebox at Southern University and A&M College to the Aristocrat of bands at Tennessee State University, HBCU marching bands have grown in popularity and notoriety based on their showmanship, musical skills, and deep rootedness in American culture. Meticulously planned performances that seek to connect the old and the new. HBCU marching bands, for example, often coordinate band-wide dance routines and perform a mix of musical genres and songs made popular through American culture and excellence. R&B, gospel, rap, and jazz. One of the most anticipated events for HBCU marching bands, however, occurs during homecoming. Bands prepare their most elaborate field shows for the homecoming halftime show. One exciting HBCU marching band tradition is what is known as the fifth quarter, a special, often dueling performance between the two HBCUs bands after a football game. Another important event, the Battle of the Bands, allows HBCU bands to compete on the field rather than in the stands. Electric. The New York Times. There's halftime, then there's showtime. Welcome to the Battle of the Bands. Tamara Best or Tamara Best. Atlanta. People in the crowd at the Georgia Dome were waiting for the 200 plus members of the Marching Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman University to snap into action. The Five Horsemen, drum majors tasked with leading the band, marched in lockstep to the 50-yard line. Then began a series of moves including spin, splits, a body roll or two, but who's counting, and a back bend so low their hats touched the ground. Atlanta, when it comes to HBCU bands, is a savvy town. In its 15th year, the Battle of the Bands remains an important celebration of Black musical expression and band culture of HBCUs. Dance lines like Honeybees of Alabama State University execute high-energy routines while the musicians advance and swerve around the field, forming complex formations. Indeed. Historians trace America's Black marching bands to some of the country's earliest wars, including the Civil War, where they were tasked with boosting the morale of soldiers and giving signals, amongst other tasks. The core style of marching band that you find at predominantly white universities is very much in the vein of military showmanship, where there's harsh angles and limited movement, said William Lewis, the author of Marching to the Beat of a Different Drum. With American bands, there's a lot more improvisation, interactive, and participatory call and response type of component. I don't think people realize how much work goes into a 12-minute performance, said Latarian Perkins, a third-year band member in Texas Southern University. We practice for 4 or 5 hours every day for 5 or 6 days a week, she said of the month leading up to the competition. My favorite part was the dance routine. Black Indians from New Orleans. In close cooperation with the Louisiana State Museum is a vibrant testimony to the history in Louisiana and North America. It was created collaboratively with representatives from Black Indian communities. The first section introduces Louisiana, its first Native American inhabitants, before it fell under the European sphere of influence. From the 17th century, European settlers subjected native populations from the Mississippi region to violence due to colonial expansion and the torments of raids, capture, and enslavement. BS. But this ain't about that. This about something bigger. This ain't about pinpointing all the hijacks in these articles. Although the people who write some of these articles are just as disgusting as the hijack itself. But it's not about that right now. This is about something that we don't have. This is about something that Black Americans don't have. This is about something that African Americans don't have. This is about something that Americans don't have. Culture. Mardi Gras Indians. New Orleans when the Mardi Gras Indians parade. Who are New Orleans Mardi Gras Indians? One of the most mysterious, fascinating, and colorful pieces of New Orleans cultural quilt belongs to Mardi Gras Indians. This is from NewOrleans.com. There are over 40 Mardi Gras Indian tribes throughout the city of New Orleans, including the Wild Magnolias, the Young Maasai Hunters, the Wild Chapatulas, Bayou Renegades, and the Golden Feather Hunters. Each tribe has positions among its members such as Big Chief, Big Queen, Spy Boy, and Flag Boy. Each position holds an individual responsibility in the tribe. Stretching from uptown to downtown, each tribe has its own customs, traditions, history, and of course, style. Their hand-sewn creations feature intricate beadwork and dramatic images and rank among the nation's best folk art. Mardi Gras Indian suits are truly a labor of love and tradition. Uptown Indians tend to use more rhinestones and feathers. Downtown Indians use sequins and feathers. Music, typically call and response chanting with tambourines and other handheld percussion, plays a central role in the Mardi Gras Indian parading. National Geographic. These are the Mardi Gras Indians of New Orleans. NationalGeographic.com. Surrounding me are plastic containers filled with beads and rhinestones of about every hue imaginable. Elaborate feather headdresses, glue guns, oversized spools of thread, and fluffy lime green tufts that suggest a Muppet has exploded. Along the back wall hang spectacular suits from Mardi Gras past, including a cobalt blue beauty covered in beaded patches depicting buffalo soldiers. At the center of this craftsman's chaos sits Dow Edwards, spy boy or scout for the Mohawk Hunters, one of about 36 tribes that represent the city's Mardi Gras Indians. Dow Edwards, spy boy for the Mohawk Hunters, in full parade regalia. It's what the early explorers saw when they got here. They'll tell you. You gotta look, you gotta read. There's a certain sense of spirituality that comes from the long process of creation, Edwards says. Though these traditional roles are largely symbolic and ceremonial today, Edwards is old enough to remember when they were essential. He describes the Mardi Gras Indians of his youth as a backstreet culture with territorial rivalries that often led to bloody confrontations. Powerful big chiefs, including Donald Harrison Sr. of the Guardians of the Flame, Tootie Montana of the Yellow Pocahontas, and Bo Dallas of the Wild Magnolias, came together to put an end to the violence and move the legendary American tradition into the New Orleans mainstream. They said a chief's job is to protect his tribe and make sure each Indian got home safe, and changed our motto to kill 'em dead with needle and thread. As Edward walks toward the park in full regalia, a stunning lime green, orange, and purple suit depicting fierce battles between rival American tribes, complete with matching shield, spear, and headdress, people across the street shout the three words every Mardi Gras Indian loves to hear: "You the prettiest." When the Indians meander through the communities, they provide a sense of belonging, a sense of self. The Mardi Gras Indians are the soul of Mardi Gras. Smithsonian Magazine. What you should know about the Mardi Gras Indians. Megan Boyenton, 2023. Big Chief Monk Boudreaux leads his Mardi Gras Indian tribe, the Golden Eagles, on Super Sunday. Dressed in handcrafted American suits, participants chant and sing call and response songs, punctuating these vocals with the sounds of tambourines, cowbells, drums, and other percussion instruments. The energy in the air is electric, whether the Indians are dancing or staging friendly competitions with rival tribes. While the tribes have entered the public eye in recent decades, they still keep some secrets to themselves. The city of New Orleans stands on land originally inhabited by the Chitimacha tribe. Excluded from mainstream carnival celebrations, New Orleans black community cultivated its own traditions, including the Mardi Gras Indians. Batiste and other early Mardi Gras Indians could trace branches of their family trees to local American tribes, writes Wagner in The Wild Tchoupitoulas. In the 1970s, Big Chief Allison Tootie Montana of the Yellow Pocahontas partnered with other tribal leaders to end the unrest and shift the tradition's focus to pageantry and friendly competition. The Indians' music initially involved chanting, drumming, tambourines, cowbells, and even sticks and soda bottles, says Melissa A. Weber, a curator at Tulane University Special Collections. The group's sound eventually evolved to include funk and other genres. It was synonymous with the music at the time, but New Orleans, what a lot of people don't know, set the tone for all of American popular music, Weber says. Jazz pianist Ferdinand Jelly Roll Morton and R&B group the Neville Brothers are among the famous musicians who have masked as Mardi Gras Indians. Born and raised in the 17th Ward's Hollygrove neighborhood, Hullen has now masked for almost 30 years. His tribe was established in the 1930s and is among New Orleans' oldest. Everybody has their different opinion about the Mardi Gras Indians, Hullen adds. But the practice means cherishing black culture. But the practice means cherishing American culture, honoring their ancestors and serving their neighborhoods. Gambino's Bakery. History of second lines. Whether a visitor or a local, it's all but impossible to spend time in New Orleans without encountering a second line. At its base, it is a brass band parade. The brass band usually is made up of a trumpet, a trombone, a saxophone, a tuba, a bass drum, and a snare drum. These instruments vary depending on the band and the event. At the core of the parade is what's called the main line. The second line refers to the spectators who join or follow the main line and contribute to the walking parade. Second line doesn't only refer to the parade itself, it also speaks to the type of dancing you will find during these parades. Second lining is a highly recognizable strutting, chicken-like dance move that many people use to keep pace with the band. A jazz funeral is a New Orleans tradition that has a brass band following the hearse and leading the funeral procession to the cemetery. After buying the body, the brass band transitions to upbeat, happy, and celebratory music. They lead the funeral procession away from the cemetery with the brightness that is meant to allow them to reflect on the dead's life with joy and help them to celebrate being alive. Its development deeply ingrained in the American community in New Orleans. The Historic New Orleans Collection. Where do second lines come from? The origins go back more than 200 years. By Eric Seyferth, curator historian. The colored people of the city of New Orleans met together in mass meeting and resolved to collaborate the event in an appropriate manner. Following the program, a parade commenced in 4 divisions filled with the ranks of these loyal societies of Black New Orleans. They marched up and down the streets of the city with the United States military, together reclaiming the South's largest and richest metropolis, a place which was thrown into secession only a few years prior. There's a long and rich history of community organizing among Black New Orleans that predated this event. New Orleanians, Black New Orleanians, New Orleans, Americans. Make it hard, make it easy. Leaders in the local free Black community including many educators, organized the economy in 1836. Leaders in the local free black community, including many educators, organized the economy in 1836. In its founding documents, they identified virtuousness and morality as the core elements of a strong society and proclaimed a lofty aspiration to relieve human suffering. By the turn of the 20th century, most figures put the number of black organizations at more than 200, with roughly half of the city's black population belonging to at least one group. Many of the older groups formed before the Civil War remained too. The answer laid out in the meeting minutes was brass band. The English term sticks out in the meeting minutes taken in French. This was something new, something the French language in New Orleans hadn't yet identified. It was uniquely American. In 1883, the economy expanded its use of parading with brass bands to their annual anniversary events. This tradition is one that remains to this day in the form of annual anniversary parades, otherwise known as second lines. Members took to the streets in annual anniversary club parades to dance to uniquely American black music. Britannica Online Encyclopedia. Breakdancing, also called breaking and b-boying, energetic form of dance fashioned and popularized by African Americans and Latinos that includes stylized footwork and athletic moves such as backspins or head spins. Breakdancing is largely improvisational. Breaking had gone from a street phenomenon to one that was embraced by the wider culture. Breakdancing often conflated the repertoire of New York breakers with such concurrent West Coast moves as popping and locking. In 2004, breakdancers were invited to perform in the Vatican before Pope John Paul II. In 2020, the International Olympic Committee approved breaking as a sport at the 2024 Olympics in Paris. Dance Pinoy, Philippine Dance Network, UpRock. UpRock is a soulful and competitive street dance. It was developed in the Bushwick area of Brooklyn. The dance consists of foot shuffle, spins, turns, freestyle movements, along with sudden body movements called jerks and hand gestures called burns, which are intended to imitate a fight against an opposing dancer. The Apache line allows two opposing dancers or crews to face each other and execute their burn gestures toward one another. Although uprockers sometimes emulate violent or vulgar moves with their burns, physical contact is never allowed. In fact, physical contact is usually a sign of inexperience. An experienced uprocker will not make any physical contact in order to burn their opponent. Dance origin. The history of crumping. 2007. Crumping was created by two dancers in South Central Los Angeles, California during the early 2000s. Clowning is the less aggressive predecessor to crumping and was created in 1992. in Compton, California. In the 1990s, the hip hop clowns would paint their faces and perform clowning for children at birthday parties or for the general public at other functions as a form of entertainment. Originally clown dancers, but their dancing was considered too rugged. So, Cesar Willis and Joe Artis Ratti were both originally clown dancers, but their dancing was considered too rugged and raw for clowning, so they eventually broke away and developed their own style. This style is now known as crumping. Crump is expression. You have to let people feel what you're doing. You can't just come and get crump, and your crump has no purpose. History of go-go. Timeline of American music. Timeline of African American music. History of go-go. Timeline.carnegiehall.org. Go-go music originated in Washington, D.C. The music gets its name from its ability to keep people going and going on the dance floor. The go-go beat is known as the pocket. Go-go music takes this further by being largely characterized and known for live performances that involve audience participation. The creation of go-go music is most often attributed to the godfather of go-go, Chuck Brown, a guitarist, singer, and band leader originally from Gaston, North Carolina. While Chuck Brown and the Soul Searchers popularized this style of performance, the Young Senators, another band from Washington, D.C., is credited with pioneering the prototype for the go-go style. Washington, D.C. was known as Chocolate City. Washington, D.C., with its black mayors, majority black city council, 70% black population, was a vision of black success in the United States, and go-go became the soundtrack of the city. Bands typically consist of a drum set, two sets of congas, typically too small, too large, auxiliary percussion, tambourine, cowbell, at least one keyboard, an electric bass, a lead guitar, and a few vocalists. Go-go bands always include a lead talker or lead mic. This is from D. Sist, 2021. D. Dwyer, Voices of Ward 7 and 8. Go-go is DC culture. At the 2019 BET Awards, DC natives Regina Hall and Taraji P. Henson joined Sugar Bear of Experience Unlimited and Rare Essence's James Funk Thomas for a Crankin' Go-Go tribute. February 2020, Mayor Muriel Bowser signed into law a DC Council bill that named go-go the official music of the district. Go-go music is DC culture. Go-go is made up of congos, cowbells, and call and response sessions, a near perfect blend of funk, gospel, and hip hop. It's in the blood. Kayla Moore, go-go has been embedded in my life all of my life. The music is in our blood. It's something about the pocket beat. When that beat drops, you can't help but to bounce, shake a leg, or do something. As a black community, we can keep a tradition alive. People try to say that black Americans, we don't have much traditions or our traditions are stripped. From Chuck Brown to now, bands like Rare Essence, New Impressions, ABM, it shows how we know how to keep a tradition alive. And we still know how to fight for what we want. Catherine Bell. Go-Go is the epitome of DC. My most memorable go-go moment was when Mochella blocked off 14th and U Streets. Backyard band, TCB, everybody was there. It was like the Million Man March of go-go's. It was dope. Go-go music is everything. I wish all the people in the world can experience it. Kwame Edwards. Go-go is a home culture. The first time I understood what go-go was when I was 8 years old. A guy near my house by the metro station would play the buckets. I asked him one day, "How can I do what you do?" He said, "Take these drumsticks and find a pocket." I said, "What does that even mean?" He puts his hand on my chest and said, "You have to feel the go-go." Patio. My favorite go-go band is the Chuck Brown Band. Go-go means togetherness for us. It's something about the go-go in DC that makes us groovy. What is footwork? Red Bull. Something I never seen before. Chicago dance and the roots of footwork. Alex McFadden, redbull.com. The popularity of the footwork music that soundtracks dance contests across the west and south sides of Chicago exploded across the UK, Europe, and Asia, captivating a global audience with its irrepressible, unpredictable energy, also known as juke, also known as juking. Footwork music and the dance move that it's made for emerged out of Chicago at the turn of the century as a strand of the lofi ghetto house genre that was popular there during the mid-90s. One of the style's earliest innovators, R.P. Boo, tells of his upbringing on Chicago's west side. Listening to Farley Jackmaster Funk on Chicago radio station WBMX that introduced him to the new electronic music being made by black musicians in Chicago and Detroit. He, during the mid-90s, became involved with one of Chicago's most famous crews, House-O-Matics, dancing to ghetto house classic by the likes of DJ Dion. Let me bang. The story of footwork is entwined with the experience of living in the west side and south sides of Chicago. In the years that followed, footwork parties in London. In the years that have passed since footwork became a phenomenon in Europe. The Collegian. How low can you go? The history of the cha-cha slide. How low can you go? Macy Davis, 2019. It is a song that is instantly recognizable and accessible for dancers with synchronized clapping and the commands of DJ Casper reverberating across the dance floor. From wedding receptions to high school proms, the cha-cha slide is a line dance staple. In fact, it's practically inescapable. DJ Casper starts the song by saying, "This is something new, the Casper Slide Part 2. The cha-cha slide got its start in Chicago at Bally's Total Fitness Club in 1996. Fitness trainer David Wilson wanted a new routine for his aerobics class, according to an interview on the podcast Every Little Thing. Wilson went to his uncle, Willie Perry Jr., better known as DJ Casper, or Mr. C, the Slide Man. The dance started as a set of instructions on paper for David to use in his class, where the routine quickly became popular. Casper put his vocals and some music on a track, and that became the never-released Casper Slide Part 1. In 1999, Casper recorded the song with the live band, and it became the Casper Slide Part 2. DJ Casper began selling the song on CDs out of the trunk of his car. The Cha-Cha Slide topped the UK singles chart in 2004, thanks in part to Scott Mills at BBC Radio, who debuted the song across the pond. The Cha-Cha Slide became a global phenomenon. The Cha-Cha Slide persistently transcends boundaries. From an uncle selling CDs out of the trunk of his car to a global line dance phenomenon, the Cha-Cha Slide continues to keep everybody clapping their hands. Red Bull Music Academy Daily, Light Feet, New York's new dance step. Light Feet is a dance that was born in Harlem and the Bronx in the mid 2000s, and is part of a family tree that includes the real Harlem Shake, the chicken noodle soup, and popping. Over the last few years, it has been adopted and adapted citywide, and there are Light Feet outposts in Connecticut, Virginia, and Florida. It spread internationally to London and Tokyo, where the XYZ boys run battles and shows under the slightly mangled tagline, since 2010, Light Feet Forever. There's Boy Arrow, 18, from Brooklyn, Sha Smooth, 19, from Far Rockaway, Queens, 17-year-old Lady Slick, 18-year-old Sonic from the Bronx, and 19-year-old Waffle Crew founder Goofy. Ruling producer Kid the Wiz makes ultra raw tracks designed to provide sonic architecture for Light Feet moves. There's buffered popping and locking, balletic toe sweeps, contortion, and cartoonish facial expressions. Dancers tip-tap their bodies. They slide and lunge forward, dropping 1930s jazz moves, and even tiny slivers of what looks like strobe staggered voguing. It's a unique, beguiling combination of athleticism, physical comedy, and serious groove. Light Feet is hip-hop dance, says Sonic. It is hip-hop. Light Feet dancers have a mean line in hat and shoe tricks, where outer apparel becomes part of the show. Dancers slide a sneaker down their chests like it's on a string, or catch a baseball cap on a perfectly posed elbow, tricks honed as part of dancers' sideline busking on the subway. We're getting more recognition, says Goofy. A lot of people are taking notice. Us being on the train, it gets the whole city to know us. Back in Union Square, there's an old dude watching as the dancers fall away and the circle reshapes into groups of teens just hanging out. I asked him what he thought of their skills. Got to keep the wheels on the wagon, he says gnomically, and walks off. Emma Warren, 2013. Bleacher Report, a history of African American athletes. Zeke Furman. In other professional sports, the dominant athlete has been black. The NFL originated in 1869. The first known black to play pro football was Charles Foles with the Shelby Athletic Club in 1902. When Foles retired from pro football in 1906, he was replaced the same year by Charles Baker, who played 2 seasons as a running back with the Akron Indians. When the NFL was reintegrated in 1946, black players made an immediate impact, leading their teams in most statistical categories. During the All-Star Game in 1997, the NBA unveiled a list of the 50 greatest players of all time to coincide with the league's 50th anniversary. Of this list, only 18 of 50 are white. Honored internationally as the central colored figure in baseball, Jackie Robinson took the first steps toward integrating Major League Baseball when he signed a contract with the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1947. The Cupola Scholarship at Gettysburg College, 2018. Nature or Nurture? The Concentration of African Americans in Specific Sports. Eric Klimowicz. The prevalence of African Americans in certain American professional sports is certainly evident. Their prevalence is particularly pertinent and commonly associated with sports such as basketball, football, track. The percentage of the players in the National Basketball Association that were African American in 2017 through 2018 season was 73.9%. The percentage of players that were African American in the National Football League during the 2016 through 2017 season was 69.7%. The percentage of African Americans, or Americans at the Division I college level in basketball is 53% and 44.2% in football. These statistics clearly show that Americans represent the majority of the players in these respective sports at a professional level. African Americans, or more specifically, Americans, overall lower socioeconomic statuses limit them to competing in certain sports that require less financial investment in regard to equipment and access to facilities. This argument is much more practical. This argument makes much more practical sense and has compelling statistical research to support it. Sports such as basketball, football, and running require much less equipment than other sports. Basketball requires no other financial investment to play other than a pair of sneakers and a basketball, similar to running, which only requires a pair of sneakers. Furthermore, football only requires a pair of cleats, as football teams provide all their players with the necessary equipment such as pads and helmets. However, other sports such as baseball require much more equipment that can be quite expensive, such as a baseball bat, glove, cleats, and baseball pans, where the price of baseball bats and gloves alone can be as high as $400. With that being said, Americans only represent 7.7% of the players in Major League Baseball. Hockey is regarded as another expensive sport to pursue, as it requires an extensive amount of equipment and protective gear, which most teams do not provide for their players and are forced to purchase them. AAREG, Soul Food in America, a story. Soul food is a term used for ethnic cuisine, traditionally prepared and eaten by Americans in the southern United States. We also had only vegetables grown for ourselves. Farming, hunting, and fishing provided fresh vegetables, fish, and wild game. Catfish, dredged in seasoned cornbread and fried. Chicken, often fried with cornbread breading or seasoned flour. Collard greens, cornbread. Fried fish, grits. Grits served with fish, macaroni and cheese, red beans, rice, succotash, sweet potatoes, turnip greens. Soul food originated in the American South with your family. Yeah, our grandmamas. Black Foodie, the humble history of soul food. Soul food is one of the most popular and recognizable types of cooking. For centuries, Black Americans have passed on hearty, sumptuous recipes that have marked many a special occasion. Soul food takes its origins mostly from Georgia, Mississippi, and Alabama, a collection of states commonly referred to as the Deep South. Yeah, they Louisiana too, Florida too. They miss can't forget them. This is from Kitchen United 2020, your guide to soul foods. Soul food was born in the southern part of the United States. The typical soul food dinner always includes some southern deep fried chicken, some form of greens, some fresh baked cornbread. I don't know about fresh baked cornbread. Green beans, turnip greens, macaroni and cheese, sweet potato pie. Sweet potato pie is the best. I'll eat pumpkin pie. A soul food meal contains some kind of meat, macaroni, greens, cabbage, mustard greens, and more. Cornbread is an essential soul food. Corn, maize, America. Grits, corn, same thing. Grits are ground up cornmeal. Peach cobbler, sweet potato pie. In the South, the Carolinas, Georgia, Louisiana, and parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and other bordering states and regions, you can find some great soul food. This is from delish.com. Everything you need to know about soul food, according to Chef Millie Peartree. Millie Peartree, 2023. Soul food is traditionally prepared and eaten by Americans in the southern United States. Foods like fried chicken, fried fish, sweet potato pie, others were served during celebrations. In the 20th century, more than 6 million Southern Black people decided to leave the South. Now called the Great Migration, they brought their culinary traditions with them and preparing these foods served as a reminder of home. The staples of soul food cooking are beans, greens, cornmeal used in cornbread, and as a coating for fried fish. History of the Wild Turkey in North America by James Earl and Mary C. National Wild Turkey Federation. The wild turkey, native to the North American continent, was the largest ground nesting bird. The abundant numbers of wild turkey written about in early historical accounts declined with colonization. The eastern wild turkey inhabits roughly the eastern half of the United States. It was named by L.J.P. Vellat in 1817 using the word silvestris, meaning forest turkey. The Florida wild turkey was described in 1890 by W.E.D. Scott and was named for the famous Seminole chief Osceola, who led his tribe against the white man in a war beginning in 1835. This bird is a resident of the southern half of Florida. When European settlers arrived on the eastern seaboard, wild turkeys apparently lived in what are now 39 continental states and the Canadian province of Ontario. Almanac.com. The Wild Turkey, History of an All-American Bird. Domestic turkeys were first raised by Native Americans in Mexico and Central America, who bred them into domestication from a subspecies of the North American wild turkey. Institute of Culinary Education. America's essential connection to cornbread. I always say, if you want to truly know a culture, eat their bread. In France, it could be the baguette. In Ethiopia, you'll have injera. If you travel to parts of India, you'll enjoy chapati. Italy will provide focaccia. In West Africa, you can sample a lovely flatbread called ngomi. Here in America, there is cornbread. Cornbread and its variations were here in the Americas with the Indians. In ancient times, having corn was like having gold. Americans used corn to prepare other dishes, everything from grits to alcoholic beverages. No American food has more historical and cultural connections than corn. This is from Ocala Star Banner. Cornbread, an American Indian food. Sheila O'Connor. Cornbread is probably one of America's oldest foods. American Indians learned early on to dry or roast corn and grind it into a meal for making bread. Cornmeal introduced to the first settlers by the American Indians. The name came from the Algonquin word apan, meaning baked. The Narragansett word for cornbread, nokichik, became no cake and then hoe cake. Cast iron skillets are the preferred type of baking pans. Cast iron just seems to produce better cornbread. This is cooking on the weekends. Hot water cornbread. Hot water cornbread is an old-fashioned type of cornbread that was and still is in many areas a very popular staple in the South. A very popular staple with Americans. the original Americans, you, us. Its origins go back to the native people of the Americas. Its origins go back to the Americans who had been using ground corn as food for thousands of years. Water, cornmeal, and fat. Library of Congress blogs. Cranberry sauce with the side of social history. Naomi Kokian, 2020. The story of the cranberry mirrors that of the country itself, playing a part in the lives of indigenous inhabitants. Native to North America, cranberries were called Sassiminish by the Narragansett and Sassaminesh by the Algonquin and Wampanoag of the Northeast. They were widely used by Americans who introduced them to the early colonists. This is from Insider. This is why we've all been eating cranberries on Thanksgiving for hundreds of years. Joanna Fantozzi, 2017. Insider.com. Cranberries are one of the few commercially grown fruits native to the United States. Cranberries are one of the only Native American fruits. Cranberries, along with Concord grapes and blueberries, are widely known as the only commercially grown fruits native to the United States. Americans were known to eat cranberries regularly and use them as a natural dye for clothing. Reports of the original American cranberry sauce recipes made simply with sugar and water date back as far as the mid to late 17th century, and by the 18th century, cranberry sauce was a known accompaniment to game meat like turkey. African American Literature Book Club. Aaron Magruder. Aaron Magruder is a top 100 AALBC.com best-selling author, making our list 15 times. The Boondocks. The comic strip is about African American children who come from the city into the suburbs. The creator says it's thematically autobiographical because it's inspired by real people and talks about true things. A few years ago, a young and somewhat inept illustrator, Aaron Magruder, dissatisfied with both college and the comic book world, began playing with the idea of creating a black comic strip, inspired by his love of hip-hop and saturated with political and racial satire. February 1996. Several months later, on December 3rd of the same year, the Diamondback, the independent student newspaper of the University of Maryland, debuted the strip to their roughly 20,000 readers with rave reviews. This is a transcript of from How I Made It. Chris Gibbs with Reggie No. Reggie No. Well, growing up, I was always an artist. And my mom and I would joke that ever since I could hold a pencil, I was always drawing. And so I knew I wanted to do something with art. And so with different programs, I was in high school and all that led me to art school. And all that led me to art school. Reggie No says exactly. And so the teacher, she spoke to me, to my mom about that. She says, well, Reggie is a good student, but this is how his homework looks when he turns it in. Because my mom doesn't know that I turn it in like that. And so things like that. I used to also draw on the border of my homework assignments as well. So where the holes are in the notebook paper, I would draw along that border. And to this day, if you can believe me, my mom and I, we still kind of have this debate because because I feel that I feel that was wrong for me to get in trouble for that. That was wrong. That was the teacher being lazy. And with me being in a single parent home at the time, that's just my mom not having the knowledge or the means of what to do with that, with the child that's an artist. Reginald says, yeah, you don't stifle a child's creativity. You don't tell them they're wrong for being creative. And that is sad to say that also my Chicago experience, because when you think about people that are not informed or ignorant about things, or the culture that I was really taken to, they didn't understand it. So they sticked and stoned it. And so that would be the simplest things, wearing boots in the summertime, or having my hair locked at the time, or wearing a backpack on both arms. These are, we're talking about middle America, though. Reginald says, when I get to art school, I start by saying I was like, oh man, all this time I thought I wanted to be an artist. But then when you have to do art for an assignment, it's just different. It kind of took the fun out of it for me. I was like, oh, what have I done? He says, and so like Dim Dare was going at the time, and a Polo Segway, the stadium line with Ralph Lauren, a Price line came out in 90. And so like Dim Dare was going at the time, and a Polo Segway, the stadium line with Ralph Lauren, came out in 90. Even though everything says 1992 on it, but the stadium line from Ralph Lauren actually launched in 90 to be on time for the 92 Olympics. Yeah, that was, yeah. The Dan and Dave was stadium, the P-Wing, all that stuff. And so in that really opened the doors of all this flash with the stadium line. Yeah, the polo thing was happening. What they call streetwear now was Timberland, Carhartt. This is from Suspend. Reggie No, A Fashion Figure Inc. by Diane Abapo, 2014. And Reggie No, or as I knew him as, or know him as, well, I don't know him personally, but his crew was called Dim Dare in the 90s. And he used to draw the pluggers, the flyers for the parties. And I had some of these pluggers. And when you get these flyers, the the artist so dope on the flyer. It was just so dope. But he's known as Reggie No now. But at that time, I knew him as Reg Knock. And he was part of the Dim Dare crew. And they would throw parties. And me and my guys, we would go to them parties sometimes. hip hop parties. It was dope. Everything was dope. You walk in, you smell nothing but coca, mango, Egyptian musk, blue Nile, frankincense, all that. You hear DJs spinning. You see Carhartt. You see Champion. You see Woolrich. You see Benetton. You see all that type of stuff. And the thing I noticed early on about Reginald or Reggie No is that 92 stadium polo he talking about. See, he had that stuff. He had all that polo that I wanted. But at that particular time, it was in the 90s. I was broke. I was in high school. I didn't have no money. I was on the basketball team, and people on the basketball team, you get out of school, you go to practice, you go home. You don't have time to do nothing but eat and go to sleep. You know what I mean? So I had no money. So I had polo because I always wore polo. But you know, whereas I would have a piece, he would have, he would be Dougie head to toe polo. Reggie No, Fashion Figure Inc. Fashion Figures Inc. I can safely say I used to collect comic books, sneakers, 90s polo by Ralph Lauren, etc. And during that time, I collected 12-inch action figures, which I still do. Interesting though, the action figures did not satisfy me fashion wise. They were part they were part of my decor wherever I worked. So I saw them every day. Their fashion being subpar, it started with me changing their footwear, hats, accessories, etc. But that still wasn't enough. When I found myself going to jewelry stores for them, is when I knew it was time to do something serious. That birthed Fashion Figure Inc. The internet killed all fashion interests I had. The Fashion Figure Inc. action figures provided a way for me to still be into fashion without me having to wear the clothes. And these are some of the Fashion Figure Inc.'s fashion figures that he does, that he puts together. Reggie No, creative, put these together. Fashion Figures Inc. And check them out on Facebook. I went over there and checked them out. Unbelievable. Complex. The story behind Complex's 20-year Yay cover, illustrated by Reggie No, Aria Hughes. Reggie No walked so a lot of Chicago creatives could run. He helped cultivate a hip hop scene in Chicago during the 90s with Dem Dare parties and went on to work in advertising for Burrell, the black owned Chicago based ad agency. You've probably seen a few of his Obey Your Thirst Sprite commercials featuring people like Kobe Bryant, Pete Rock, Eve, and Mos Def. I remember the first time I saw his Dem Dare flyers. I thought they were works of art. The flyers were black and white, but still very vibrant. The people he illustrated looked so cool, so black, and they were so well dressed. He put them in the finest pieces from polo. The flyers you were drawing when you were hosting the Dem Dare parties. My being a graffiti artist, my argument with most of the Chicago hip hop community was very much like, this hip hop thing is cool, I guess. Tagging things is cool, but this can't be it. My dream of wanting my art to be my career started very early. How do you get paid for this is the question. That was answered right in front of me in the movie Wild Style, with artists debating graffiti on subway cars versus canvas. This was right before my time in the 80s. Calling this vandalism to the world of art was so inspirational for me. That downtown New York scene with Lee, Basquiat, Fab Five Freddy, Pink, and Dondi, to name a few, those are our forefathers in this art thing. Side note, that time period is one of the influences of the art Virgil and I created for Louis Vuitton's Amen break. So with the Dem Dare flyers, I said this would be my version of what we call getting up in the city. My career started right after that. The flyers promoted the events we were doing and also made my art go all city, as New York City graffiti artists used to say. And that's Reggie No. The Economic Times. The Economic Times. Jalen Smith becomes youngest black mayor in U.S. The state of Arkansas has elected the youngest black mayor in the United States, Jalen Smith, an 18-year-old was elected to lead the rural town of Earle, Arkansas. He told Washington Post he did not want to be 30 or 40 years old to become a mayor if he could do it right now. The New York Times. An ailing Arkansas city elected an 18-year-old mayor to turn things around. Residents hope that Jalen Smith's youthful energy and sense of purpose can improve the fortunes of Earle, Arkansas, or at least attract a supermarket to the small city. Rick Rojas, 2023, Earle, Arkansas. Jalen Smith, 18, graduated from high school last spring. He resolved to stay put in Earle, a small city surrounded by farmland in the Arkansas Delta, where his family has lived for generations. He ran for mayor and won. Why should I have to go somewhere else to be great when I can be great right here in Earle, Arkansas? Mr. Smith said a few days after his inauguration last week. The city has been infused with the sense of optimism since Mr. Smith won the mayor's race in early December, and especially since he took charge on January 1st. His victory made him one of the youngest American mayors ever elected in the country. He's thinking of others, as he always has. He chose to stay and get his city where he knows it can be. The supermarket plan was a pillar of Mr. Smith's campaign, as was building up the Earle Police Department so it can operate 24 hours a day. He also won over voters by talking about patching up streets, tearing down dilapidated buildings, and lifting up the community's morale. His platform, as straightforward as it seemed, reflected the steep price that those who remained in Earle have had to pay. Among other things, they have contended with a faulty drainage system that leaves neighborhoods swamped after rain, and coffers that have occasionally been so bare that the city has struggled to make payroll. The school district, while outside the mayor's purview, was taken over by the state in 2017, partly because of mishandled funds. But his supporters argued that they were not asking voters to put their city in the hands of any 18-year-old. This was Jalen, the teenager who started wearing suits to school in 9th grade and has gospel music blasting from his computer speakers. He has also become a fixture at city council meetings and community events. Sometimes, when the city council members didn't show up, Jalen was there, said Angela Jones, a councilwoman. He attends the school board meetings, the water commission meetings, she added. He was young and was doing this. Who does that? At a young age, he had purpose. Earle, whose population is largely American, sits about 28 miles from Memphis amid sprawling fields where cotton and beans are grown. Mr. Smith, who has 2 older brothers and a twin, Jayden, has been old since he was little, his mother, Sonia Perkins, said. As Mr. Smith campaigned, he knocked on the door of nearly every home in Earl. He spent days shadowing mayors in other Arkansas cities, including Little Rock and West Memphis, and scheduled video calls with mayors outside the state, eager to learn what the job actually entailed. On New Year's Day, in a government building in Marion, about 17 miles away from Earl, judges swore in mayors, council members, and incoming law enforcement officers from a number of towns. Each received a certificate attesting to the oath they had just taken. But no other municipality had a crowd like Earl's, with many people wearing T-shirts emblazoned with Mr. Smith's face. He has imagined running someday for a seat in the state legislature, or even serving as the governor of Arkansas. His landline rang yet again. Mayor's office. Do the right thing.